since you left me.
I don't know why chat's not showed up. Why can't I hear anything? Ah, that's why. Ah, fuck it. Alright, let's get it. Fuck the fucking. Fully buffed up, right? This world is spinning around me, and and I'm not afraid. I fucked it up. I don't want to do that. Okay. That's so sad, dude. That guy fucking sucked. You said I knew right from the beginning. You were enough. I'm gonna make you mine. I knew right from the beginning you weren't the winner. Right from the start. Well, round and round. We'll find a way, just give it time. Round and round, comes around, goes around. I'll take that guy. Yeah, that should be fun. Yeah, sure. No. I'll tell you why. Look at my straw. I do wonder if it's worth dropping this and taking that. Nah, it can't be. I never mind her. I'm insane. What's up in your head? Mental health will drive you mad. Ooh, shit. Alright. Oh shit. What am I getting fucking hit by? Oh my god, I almost fucking jumped into it. Very nice. We are fucking in there. Losing a lot of AR time here though. We'll have to use both our banish. Well, we only got one banish. If I don't lose all of our AR. Almost did. We wipe? No wipe. Not the cleanest ever. Perfect. Where's that? Whatever. It's not even worth typing. This is fucking terrible. And I can open up with a killing spree and then go into like AR and shit, which I think is really good. Yeah, it's perfect. Shouldn't have rerolled there, that's bad. I know. Oh, dude, I was smashing fucking killing spree. Actually trolling. Oh, I didn't realize I could fucking auto from here. That's not sick. Oh, it's actually so fucking nice. How did I not know that before? Those makes this play so much better. Please don't let it roll. Ooh. That was scary. Definitely not the cleanest. Thanks all. Heat, please. Piss. No. What did you say? Oh. Oh, wait. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking go big. That's a huge fucking slot for me. Let's go. Wait, that's kind of weird. Oh, it's fucking Outlaw. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I'm like, how the fuck they have the guild name as a goddamn website? What's good though, buddy? Yeah, I caught it too. I was like, wait, this is just weird. We're fucking climbing, dude. We got good gear now. I need to replace my hands, and I think... Is that it? I think that's it. Oh yeah, my shoulders, maybe. Alright, I'm chilled. I gotta drive up to New Jersey fucking next week, so... Just kinda trying to get my grind in now while I can. I'm gonna do some twos for this, but it's not really the biggest deal ever. I'll do it for the cape too. So what's it leave off at? $662 and above. Right now. Oh yeah, it's like an 18-hour drive, bro. This is gonna be an excursion, and I got it both ways, so yeah, interesting time. Yeah, but it's a pretty good job interview, so worth the drive. And if it pans out, it pans out. If not, it is what it is. Keep looking. Do I want that? You guys have any 11s though? Yeah. Should be a pretty good parse on that run too. I mean, a lot of deaths, so it's not the best. Right now, yeah, I'll take these guys. I like that balance, dude. It's like it's so good for me. If we pass, it'll be a great parse. Right now. Right now. Ooh. Yeah. Well, DK or Unholy? That's Unholy, right? Yeah. Unholy always getting the invite. Oh, yeah. Let's run the marksman. Marksman will be good here. Be a nice little 11. Sorry, and say tell me you know me. Should be good job, dude. I think I've been saying if I say I know Alloy Ghost. I'm big. Me and Alloy Ghost talk all the time. Like what the fuck is an Alloy Ghost? Alright, we're fucking in there, dude. I think it's gonna be a good group. I've been wrong before, though. Let's get it. I wonder if I should be running the priority target shit on this specific dungeon, because like it's actually a lot of priority target. I think I will. I think I will. No, I can't change it. Fuck. I will. Change the plans. Alright. How are we looking here? Yeah, big pump. I don't think damage will be an issue. It's just survivability, and I didn't see any issues healing there. So, pretty promising. Oh shit. Oh, thank God for fucking cheat death. Yeah, we're in there. Nice. Alright, we should see the damage meters start to kind of catch up to each other here. This is a fucking... Zoom in. Oh, this is fucking scary pool. I don't know if this guy meant it is, but that's a lot of shit. Oh my god. Nope. It's fucking petrifying. That's got enough. Okay, good. We're doing fine. We're doing really good, actually. Oh. No! Oh no! Now we're good. Woo! Wild side. Alright, so we want to technically focus this guy. Why? What's happened? Everyone likes playing a little well. Might die. Oh, we're good. Here we go. I want to play that, dude. You should. I think this season, me and Rod both have said it. This might be the best season in the forever, if not ever, like actually ever. This is where it's hard. This is the hardest boss. If we get through this, I think we're gonna time it for sure. Oh, I'm fucking troll. I thought he was about to do the dive. Oh, motherfucker. This is a bad time for this as well. Oh, it's not good. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I'm not even stressing. Gonna play some wild? Yeah, baby. We got what? You still got the warlock? I think you said you were playing monk and warlock, right? Last time we had played WoW. Oh, is that there? No. Got 13 minutes. We might +2 this shit. Cause I think my last time I played was H Paladin Shaman. Oh yeah, I remember the fucking time about the Holy Paladin. That's back when I was playing like PvP and shit. Hell yeah. They're actually I don't know about Holy, but their tank Paladin is really good right now. Gonna play Rogue now? Oh shit. Assassin? Outlaw? What you thinking? Sub's really good right now. I think sub is fucking so boring. That's just me. Oh shit, I just got myself. I was so troll. Oh, this healer's actually smurfing. What the fuck is happening to me? Well, baby. Hey, Alice, I'm gonna try it? Hell yeah, baby. They give you some tips and shit, too. So I gotta kind of figure it out. I mean, it's gonna... I'll be honest with you, though. Until you start getting a certain... You need at least 10% haste. Until you get that, it's gonna feel fucking terrible. I'll kind of explain it once you get everything going here. How much time do we have? 9 minutes? Dude, we might actually be able to plus 2 this. It's very unlikely, but it's not impossible. Hmm? God damn it. Please heal me. Please heal me. Beg of you.
with swords in the air.
Alright, we got plenty of time still. What? What? Okay, so I don't have to be up on it. I can be all the way back here. That's super good. This is good. We might not time this. I don't even know if we'll be able to complete this shit. This is really sketch. What profession should I go? Currently I'm rocking, what was it, fucking enchanting and, what the fuck is it? I think alchemy? I think alchemy, yeah. Oh yeah, this game's really good too. It's not like a ton of money, but it's not terrible. For sure. Dude, I don't think we're gonna fucking time this goddamn key. That's where I'm at right now. Alright. We had like 7 minutes for this fucking boss. And all about this shit. We have to burst this shit down. he doesn't die right here, we're fucking cooked. Please. Please. Yes. Oh my god, that was so scary. It's 9 AM here, I haven't played. RGTYL. Good group. Tank and healer? Alright. No worries, we got it, baby. Big. Get the 11 on the books. It's 2 11s down. What key did we end up getting? It is Cinder Brew. Oh shit. I don't think I'll try a 12. I think we'll make it an 11 because we don't have even a 10 on this bitch, so. Might need some 2s later too, when I start getting like a little tired maybe. Alright, this guy looks very promising. Yeah, get him in here. Don't like BM here. Do you like Windwalker? Oh, you LB! No one wants to die. Get it. Yep. Dude, my stats are actually so good right now. Like, we only have, what, 1 master item I think left? Aside from, like, 2 set? It's his hand. I think this hand unironically drops from this dungeon. Oh, never mind, I'm trolling. My brain. I want the shoulder, though. I do. Yeah, shoulder would be nice. Waist would be good as well. Yeah. Stop it. What's that sound? Up and now. Burning down the avenue. Alright, that's a little bit of money. Panama, Panama, Panama. Oh, Panama, Panama. I'll watch some YouTube while we make this group. That's what I'm thinking right now. Mistweaver, but he is not the one. Burning down the avenue, miles is sand. Panama, Panama, Panama. What does not locked in mean? So every 24 hours starting at noon. Okay.
Here's how we run the entire channel, totally.
Beach, really?
Is he believes that
Have you looked at the data on export flows from the United States to China? It actually did happen at a quite substantial rate.
but with huge trade deficits for the United States.
So?
You're arguing that they did not act in a discriminatory way towards our products? This idea that Americans could just do business in China the way that they could do business here is ridiculous. Anyone who tried to do business over there knows you have to create a JV, you have to get a local partner, give them 51%. It was extraordinarily difficult. We were discriminated against, Larry. It's ridiculous to try and claim that somehow this was an equal relationship, okay? And we imported far more from them than we ever exported to them. So Bill Clinton was wrong about that. Number two, he said that signing PNTR and bringing China to WTO would promote democracy in China. That we would export one of democracy's most cherished values, economic freedom. Did that happen? I don't think so. He said this would strengthen global trade by ensuring...
Why are we even going over this? Bill Clinton speech from 2000.
China adhere to international trade rules, reducing trade barriers, and resolving disputes through WTO. Did that happen? I don't think so. And then he said on national security, he said it would improve our national security to bring China to WTO and help make them rich. He said, quote, if we don't deal with China in this way, we will increase the prospect that they will turn inward. That's not what happened. We helped make China rich. We've exported millions of jobs to them. They built up their economy and their supply chain to the point where now they are a global competitor to the United States. They're a pure competitor. We turned that baby dragon into a Drogon-sized monster that can now challenge us
and the
in
United
Asia
States
and across
didn't
the world.
gain at all from any of this?
Why in the
It
world
just
we have
hurt
done
us?
that? Just for national security reasons.
Okay.
That was a very foolish thing to do.
Okay, so...
Oh, he fucking canceled? He did cancel. God damn it.
How did you guys do? Is there any regrets, as Sachs is pointing out there? Obviously, China has not magically become a democracy, but I guess you could argue they do have a middle class now. We haven't gone to war with them, so I guess you could argue that this has been good for relations, but to Sachs's point, they are incredibly powerful and they are our top adversary. How would you grade the history of this so we can move forward?
China was a surging, growing, reforming economy, growing at double-digit rates. That it was before there was any WTO agreement. The WTO agreement did not change a single rule that represented a U.S. restriction on imports from China. It did change a variety of rules, not as far as I would have liked, that let the United States export more to China and that protected United States intellectual property in China and that brought China more closely into the international system. You need a counterfactual for what would have happened if China had been excluded from the World Trade Organization. That counterfactual is not that they would not have sold goods to the United States. That principle had already been crossed 15 years before. Not a single restriction was reduced.
So,
But look,
anything you would have
I
done differently?
I
Or
just don't get. I don't get the whole mindset here. I understand that we should have done more as a country for the Rust Belt and invested in it much more heavily.
Thank you. Yes.
If I was worried about dependence and strategic and all that, the last policy I would have wanted to abolish was the CHIPS Act. That's the largest, boldest thing the United States has ever done to avoid dependence in a national security area.
great.
And
Let me bring
yet
Chamath
the
in.
Trump administration has killed all of that.
Chamath, you heard Ezra's original question and the history here from Larry and David. Looking at, there's some industries that we need strategically: pharma, military, cars. These are fairly obvious. Rare earth minerals are obvious.
Rare earths.
But we also have the lowest unemployment of our lifetimes. And Americans probably don't want to work in factories en masse. What is your take on going forward some metrics that this administration should, not Sachs is saying this, you're saying it, what would you measure this success as in terms of onshoring and reducing dependencies if, to Ezra's point, 2 years from now we were to grade it? Give us some specifics here, Chamath.
There is a major issue that the United States has that's much bigger than China, which can be framed in terms of resiliency and the ability to fend for ourselves. There are supply chains.
And again, we're bouncing between all the arguments. And a lot of these arguments are good on their own. But when in conjunction, they are contradictory, and you have to resolve those dissonances.
Yes,
If
I'll
you
take
want
that.
to apply
I will
tariffs
absolutely take
because
that.
you think it's important to protect some industry, and the protection of that industry is done for national security reasons and not economic reasons, then fine, do it, and bite the bullet on the econ argument. This is going to hurt our economy in a way. It's going to cost more to buy this shit, but we think it's essential to manufacture it here, because in times of emergency, we don't know if we can rely on China to export us the things we need to create military products if we're going to war with somebody that's a friend with China. So we are going to spend more for it here because we think that's in the interest of our national security. But we're going to take the economic hit for it. But you can't try to live in all these worlds simultaneously. You can't say that, well, it's actually not bad for our economy and it's good for our military, everything else. And like, no, you can't have it all ways.
That have many single points of failure. And independent of whichever country that single point of failure exists, it could be an ally, or it could be a foe, or it could be a frenemy. That creates risk. And I think what we are learning, and David's right, it was really highlighted during COVID, we are not in a position to take care of what we need. So if I had to very precisely answer Ezra's question, I would say that we need to measure and protect 4 critical areas. Everything else, I think we can deal with. Some inefficient.
Like, this is fine, but you're not, nothing that you're talking about right now has anything to do with economics. These are national security reasons. All of these things that you're talking about are going to
This one's kind of priority target
the
too.
United States, which again is fine, but make that argument, honestly.
Efficiency, some single points of failure. But the following 4 areas, Ezra, I would say are sacrosanct. Number 1 is all of the technology, both the chips as well as the enabling technology around artificial intelligence.
Travis Lamb, I only keep you in here because I need to have some opposition here. Okay, but it's so hard because I read mega purchase so much retarded shit. Destiny, it seems as though it's only bad because of what it did to the stock market. Nobody's saying that. That's a straw man position. It's bad because the stock market is the first thing to notice it, but it's bad because it's going to hurt firms because it's going to make everything cost more. As those costs increase, it's going to mean that they're going to either have to fire people or raise costs on goods to people in the United States of America. If people spend more on those goods, they spend less on other goods. It leads to some firms having to lay people off because they can't afford to hire as many workers. It leads to people spending more on like basic goods and services, which is going to lead them to spending less on other things. And if we're domestically manufacturing it, those places are going to have less customers, so they're going to fire people. And then all of this is going to spiral in an even worse manner because as it's spiraling and the economy is contracting, the United States can't even issue debt to deal with the deficit in a way that we normally would to stimulate us out of any kind of economic recession, because now the United States is undermining its position in global trade as well, meaning that other people aren't going to be as keen to buy debt from us, or they might even start dumping debt from us like they're doing right now, because the United States isn't the bastion of free trade that it used to be, which means that if we issue debt to deal with our deficit, now we're also issuing that at higher interest rates. It's just all of it is bad. So for you to say like, people saying I did not because of the stock market, that's bullshit. That's retarded. If you read the most retarded critique, then sure. What other option could the U.S. use to get countries to lower their taxes if that country refuses to negotiate? Nobody has refused to negotiate. You're asking about dealing with a hypothetical problem that hasn't existed yet. If you want to renegotiate something, then go and talk to them and start doing trade deals. Welcome to big boy politics. You don't just get to take a sledgehammer and destroy fucking everything because people aren't even acquiescing to demands that you haven't even made. Trump didn't even make any demands of any other countries yet. Okay.
It must be a robust, largely American supply chain. It must. You cannot have single points of failure outside the United States, because what you see is even in allied countries, their posture towards things like free speech and other things can ebb and flow. Their posture on trade.
All right. Let's get it, baby. Alright, let's fucking lock in. Let's fucking lock in, baby. Come on, baby. Get it. Haste for the ability should be going. So how much haste do you have? But the main build I recommend is this one here. It's all based around hidden opportunity. So you can look up hidden opportunity build. Why can't I not fucking... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking. This is not happening. This is not happening. But as far as leveling goes, I'm gonna be real with you. It's gonna be absolutely miserable. It's gonna be fucking awful. That group is terrible. Holy shit. Like obviously that DH is smacking, but let me see if I can see like healing. Yeah, I'll take that guy. Maybe go like a range build. I want to see the healing. I mean, he was putting out healing. It just wasn't enough. That guy leave? Oh, he must have not accepted, I guess. So we can take the That means we can take this guy. Take the fucking priest. Take the fucking. That's Dev. Shit. I put myself into another shaman situation. Dev does a lot of damage, so. Alright, so let me try to explain this to you. So basically there's two builds. There's Hidden Opportunity, and then there is Keep It Rolling, which is this one, right? Keep It Rolling, you need, I believe it's 50, no, it's like 18 to 20% haste. And Hidden Opportunity, you only need around, I think it's like 8% to 10%, roughly. Like I'm sitting at 13. And it's all built around... No. Oh, dude, that guy's main's 34. Fuck it. I gotta take that guy. I don't think it'll matter. Okay, so, assuming you don't know anything about Outlaw, the biggest thing to understand is underhanded upper hand. So you want Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush, and I think it is Stealth. Yeah, it's hard to explain. There's a lot going on here. But basically, you want Adrenaline Rush up, you want Blade Flurry up, and then you want to weave in Stealth windows so that they don't lose time, so you can always have Adrenaline Rush up. The best way to, like, learn it, I'll learn by playing. Oh, you're gonna have a tough time. I'm not gonna lie to you. This class is a motherfucker. But I guess just try to understand that portion. It's all built around this. So if you can understand that, you'll be cooking. Alright, let's get it, baby. Let's lock the fuck in. Alright, Peach reference though, we are never, I mean never, trust until it doesn't have an 11 with an 11. That was a terrible mistake. Holy shit, he gotta put out so much damage. What the fuck is this damage these guys are doing? Holy shit. Not bad, only one death. That's one of the harder parts of this dungeon. That's literally just that, and then the guy that spit shit over the place. Like a child. Some kind of hold on me. Did I not grab one? Alright, fine. Fine. Still one more left? I'd say, what the fuck? Oh, let's go. Should be doing big damage here. I don't think I'll compete with these guys, but big for me. I'll take it. This is a big hole. Holy shit. I do not like it. Fuck it. Fuck, I can't see anything. Oh, that's not good. all my music up. Like, I don't know. Did I make it quiet? Not sure. Oh, shit. Sounds off to me. I'm not sure though. I'll just be losing my mind. Huge. The fuck are the little things that are there? Yeah. Nice and clean. Okay. Do we still use Eviscerate as finisher? No. So your finishers are going to be coup de grace, between the eyes, and killing spree. Whenever you're in a banish window, your primary always going to be between the eyes. Always, always, always. That's your main finisher. And when you're not in it, it basically goes killing spree, coup de grace, and then you're just looking for banish window. So I can explain a little bit better after this. You don't really get to experience the full kind of rotation, I guess. Because most of those mobs won't be living very long, so motherfucker. Holy shit. Nothing from you. Dun, 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 dun. The best won't do. God damn it. Oh my god. What is this here? Oh, that's so sad. Anymore. God damn it. Oh. I have no abilities. I'm doing no damage. Oh shit! I'm gonna just fuck us out. Not sure which one we're focusing here. It's this one. Ah, damn it, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh no. Nope. Nope. Oh my god. Oh, that's not good. Eighteen and love to know. 18 and love to go. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh! Ah! Oh, fucked it up so bad. That was fucking terrible. No. That tank fucking sucked, bro. God, that's so fucking frustrating. Like, holy shit. Okay. Apparently, we went right back to sleep and overslept ridiculously today. Having fun. Hell yeah, that's all that matters. Like, doing a bunch of damage and stuff doesn't really fucking matter. And then, unless you're doing like high keys and shit, so. It's a super fun class. And because of Adrenaline Rush, your global cooldown's so short. So you get to hit way more buttons and just, you know, fucking have a bunch of fun, which is great. Best thing to place this season, consider Troll. Alright, well, let's eat some food real quick. Do I have any water? Okay. Question is, what fucking key do I have for the 9? Back down. I mean, there's basically no reason to even try it at a 9. Let's just do an 8, try to double chest it, etc., etc. Or I try to do a 9 for a key I need. No, that's stupid.
Looking for someplace new to explore?
Got him.
Their posture on defense. Okay, so that's number one. Can change.
Chips. Got it.
Number 2 is energy. We have a critical deficit of electrons in America. We do not have the capability we need to make the energy we need quickly in many ways. We have supply chain issues on nat gas. We have critical supply chains that can be shut off by China around photovoltaics. So whether you believe in coal, whether you believe in nat gas, whether you believe in clean energy, we are in a very
We got to
fragile
shore
place.
that up. Okay, I think we're in agreement. Keep going.
Number three there are critical material inputs that drive the material science of the future. Rare earths are an example. Going back to chips, things like gallium, things like phosphorus even. So we have a critical minerals and rare earths and material science input problem. And then the fourth, Ezra, are pharma APIs, so that when American citizens get sick, we have the ability to not just make it, but also design it and manufacture it. Because some of these APIs, the active principal ingredients for many of the drugs, require very convoluted and complicated processes, cold chains, and
You know what? I think I might call it, and we might get the quest cape today, or today or tomorrow. I think that's the plan. Let's holy shit, that's a 814 repair cost. What the fuck? I'll show you. I'll show you. Alright. So, these are all I got left here. I know While the Gothic Sleeps is supposed to be long, and I'm assuming Christopher Rob is, but it's just those two and the Rag and Bone Man that are like the big ones, right? So, finish this food and we'll get on it. Well, God, it seems like 2 hours. Shit. Have you already done the old school RuneScape one? I've done all the other major ones, like Desert Treasure 2 and all that shit. Damn. I guess maybe we'll just fucking jump. What prerequisites do I need? Okay. Item requirements: lips, sapphire lantern, iron chain body, bronze med helm, unpowered orb. What the fuck is an unpowered orb? Oh, okay. Okay, I know what that is. Alright, well, let's just start the prerequisites for it, I suppose. That boss fight is mad, but not bad. Sweet. I'm fucking all about it, baby. Let's fucking get it done. Okay. And then let's get like a background
But like, and again, we depend
video
on
going on.
whose view of the United States can change in real time. So if I had to say to you, Ezra, what I would expect is if the United States government, whoever was in charge, would put those 4 things on a board, then detail out all of the key inputs, measure how much we can make ourselves.
We need a crossbow.
And then basically try to level that playing field. We would be in
Take a rune. Crossbow, mithril apple.
And what it sounds like is an excellent argument for.
Okay.
For I was gonna say, but like multilateral trade agreements or something here. But this is not what the Trump admin is doing, right? If those are your concerns, then fine. But the Trump admin is not taking a step anywhere near any of those goals.
We would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because
Then why didn't they lower them when Trump mentioned tariffs in the first place? The tariffs that Trump says exist don't exist. Those aren't real. The tariffs that were on the board aren't real. You know this. Okay, I'm good.
Playing field.
Sorry.
We detail out all of the key inputs, measure how much we can make ourselves versus import, and then basically try to level that playing field. We would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because I think I probably agree with all of that.
I think I want.
It's an excellent argument for Joe Biden's policies, which were functionally maybe not the pharma side.
There's a subsidization of important key industries for national defense.
What's the fucking? It's not Carol's.
Those things here. Yes.
It's literally that. Let's pull out semiconductors and the semiconductor supply chain. let's
Fuck
flood
it.
energy, let's flood a couple of things like that. You know,
It's been so long since I've actually like fucking played, and not just AFK shit.
the supply chain export of AI critical materials to China. They had a whole set of policies about this.
Yep.
Now, the Trump administration, the thing we are in theory here discussing, is an extraordinarily broad-based set of policies. It is tariffs on not just China, it's on Brazil, it's not just on critical industries like Chamath is talking about, but it's on, you know, mangoes and avocados and, you know, lumber from Canada and basically everything else. I guess there's an argument I could sort of extract out of this that the Biden administration believed in what they call friendshoring, which is that you want to create an integrated
Yo, my
supply
fucking
chain
retard. Where is it?
of allied countries that we can work with and that we can rely on. And the Trump administration, I think, believes something depending on.
Oh, it's Armadillo. That's what it is. Arma. Yeah.
To America
Take those.
But one of the problems, and the reason I keep trying to
Let's do like a
and very clear about their metrics.
granite top, probably. That's like the best top I have.
One day
It's
we're trying to achieve the reindustrialization
good
of our
enough.
homeland, and the next we're trying to replace the income tax with tariff income. And the next we're just using it as all-purpose surplus leverage against any country that does.
Yeah, like why are we bragging about how much money we're making on tariffs when the goal is to not have to get, like, ideally Donald Trump's goal is to never be paid a tariff ever because we're not importing things anymore. We're just making it here. So your tariff
That's good enough.
disappear, no? Like anything we don't like. And the
Am I Defender?
using it for,
No.
an entirely third purpose, and maybe we're just going to use it to isolate China, but to bring our friends. But none of these, you can't do all these things. It's going to be very stable if you're going to get companies to do these long-term capex investment decisions that take decades to play out. Nobody I know in the markets.
The fact
no
is, you guys
CEOs,
didn't want to change anything. You guys didn't
Oh
want
my
to.
god, this guy is like actually fucking
That's fine.
retarded. Holy shit.
Alright, let's go do this. West.
Like, hello, what do you mean they didn't do anything about anything? He literally just mentioned the chips.
Actually,
Is the chip
run
act
Trino Village. We need a
not taking steps
damn
in that direction?
pod.
We need multiple things that Biden
Seed
had done in his
pod.
administration to try to move in this direction. But okay.
You guys are in Larry's team.
I would love to
Okay,
change.
I just want to make sure
I would love
everybody
to change all kinds of
follow
things.
You mean the Democrats didn't want
Let's
to
see
change
if we
anything?
can. Let's see if we
Larry
can.
won't even admit that PNTR did anything.
Can we not keep doing PNTR for a minute?
Let's look forward, not backwards.
Look at the CHIPS Act. Look
Yeah,
at
this is the old account, buddy. We're fucking,
Let's see if we can.
we're in there. You know, slowly getting some real levels.
I may not agree in every detail, but I broadly agree with Chamath's agenda. And I'll go a little further than that, Ezra. I think Joe Biden's attachment to energy security was kind of selective and heavily oriented to green technologies, not others. I thought.
I wonder if I should be bringing. Yeah, it says prayer potions. Maybe I should have brought some.
I'd have to look into the Keystone Pipeline stuff more, but my understanding is that project has been dead for a while.
Doesn't seem like it to be that bad though.
Like stupid environmental. I shouldn't say stupid environmental. I don't know if the environmental regulations are out, but like that Keystone Pipeline has just been dead for a while.
Looking good, yeah. It's like 3,000 hours in game, so
Involving liquid natural gas.
definitely a lot.
Clear mistake. So I think the Biden administration's approach to regulation that empowered every NGO with respect to stopping transmission lines.
Oh, I'm not running over there. Fuck that shit.
Because of the importance of democratic constituencies was a mistake. So I think energy security is a central objective of policy, and that there's a lot of room to move beyond what the Biden administration did. I actually believe that very strongly and agree with Chamath and David. What I don't understand is CHIPS, absolutely right. The CHIPS Act was all about making there be an American semiconductor industry with production in the United States as a central priority. The Trump administration has declared war on that. Strategic petroleum reserve for any rare earth. You want to do more mining in the areas that Chamath says we should in the United States or in friendly countries. I am.
What level's your rogue at right now? Is it? I'm guessing you left it at 70, right, when you quit?
See how your resilience agenda drives anywhere near Liberation Day and the emphasis on tariffs. It drives towards a set of specific industrial policies, perhaps including tariffs in some particular product areas. But steel from Canada.
You get a brand new one? Oh my god. You're leveling from scratch? Holy shit. It's 21 now. Okay, so you must have already had one like.
You are absolutely right about.
Dude, this must have sucked. Dude, this must have sucked to do unguided. This looks fucking miserable.
Huge trade war with China.
I would like to hear a defense from somebody. Ezra and I agree. Specific policies. I'd like somebody to explain to me why it's a remotely sensible theory to say that the United States is being exploited by any country where the overall pattern of trade is such that we are running a trade deficit. And maybe in the process, you could explain to me why my grocery store is exploiting me because
Basic econ questions. Here we go. Thank you. Yes. Can we do some high school economics? Hell the fuck yes. Please, basic questions.
running a massive trade deficit with them.
Okay, trade deficit. Shamath or Saxon wants to take it.
I can start, then maybe Saxon. So let me.
Wait, that looks so creepy. What the fuck? I don't like that.
Things, right? Just in the spirit of finding
It's a weird animation.
Inside the IRA, I think that there were two things, and I've said this pretty repeatedly, but I just want to put it on the record again. The ITC credits and the ITC transfer markets for those credits, the tax equity markets, are critical industries in America to support private investment in all kinds of very complicated markets, energy markets. And what the Biden administration did, to their credit, was remove the uncertainty, because those things had to be renewed over and over again, and they gave us a very long window where we could underwrite investments. To your point, Ezra, that was smart. But it's important to also remember that in order to get Biden's budget done, what they did was they had Manchin roll over on permitting reform. And Ezra, you know this probably better than all of us. When you look inside of the CHIPS Act, as smart as that initial policy was, if you ask, why has nothing actually happened? Why have no fabs actually been built other than grandiose statements? The answer is that, which you speak to in your book. It's just this complete malaise and inability
evil?
to actually get these things permitted and turned on, even when it's right. So I just want to acknowledge that that's there. So Larry, very, very importantly to your question, the thing that we have to...
Oh, he is evil. He's an evil Godfrey.
Between private and public industry. And they have this very tight coupling. And again, I hate to go back to China, but it is the best example of this. Where what do they have?
I wish that, like, and this is what's so frustrating me. So if you want to have criticisms of how the CHIPS Act turned out or whatever, these are fine statements. Everything he's making right now is a fine statement. But it's such a nuanced view of trade now. But then when Donald Trump is being spoken about, well,
alright, as for the highlight this.
Global tariffs on everything will fix everything.
Okay.
Where is this level of nuance when we're talking about what Donald Trump is currently doing? Why is this absent?
One other country, just for the sake of it.
We can use Korea, we can use Japan, we can use Germany, okay? There are instances where the government balance sheets support private industry. They can support them in 3 different ways. Number 1 is tax credits that they can use, the subsidies that they can use to build...
Oh, it wants me to do it in order. Okay.
Number 2 is how then they can support
That's gotta be what it is.
selling and engagement in public spot markets to shape the
It's a
demand of the things that are made.
confirm button.
And then number 3 is the taxation on the back end, the terms of repayment and the capital cycle.
That was easy.
Things that in the United States we overwhelmingly turn the responsibility over to the private markets to do. We are the cleanest.
I think I did this on RuneScape 3, I want to say.
But many other countries are shades of this. And again, let's not...
I can't remember.
So Larry, hold on a second. So Larry, so what you have is, how do you defend dumping? How do you defend that? How do you defend...
It's turned into an evil frog thing. Frog spider thing.
And I think...
Do you fight it with global tariffs?
If President Trump had announced a big...
And this is always the answer. Please, I hope this goes one level deeper. Because Larry's just going to say, if President Trump had announced a targeted tariff plan or a targeted plan to force these countries to bend in these particular ways, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But he didn't do that.
Broadening of anti-dumping law to confront a variety of instances of what the administration, after careful economic analysis, saw as inappropriate subsidy. I might or might not have thought that they were doing that in the right way.
Sure.
But we wouldn't be having this argument.
Yes! True! That's not what he's doing, though. Everything you just said, that's great. How the fuck do tariffs on Canada or the EU help us with that, right? Please go one level deeper on this. Please make them answer this. Chamath is going to pass it over to Sax, and Sax is going to fucking yap on some retarded shit next. Please.
The front pages would not be about tariff policy day after day, and the stock market would not be down by $5 trillion. The central thing we are discussing is not whether there are sensible modifications to trade policy to respond to bad practices in other countries or to promote resilience. Those are technical debates that frankly aren't that interesting to a large number of people. The question is whether declaring that we need a whole new era of U.S. economic policy around universal tariffs against everything.
Where the fuck did my seed pod go? Am I retarded?
Or bilateral trade surpluses.
There it is.
Now we're
I
talking
was like,
about the
where the
Monte Carlo
fuck?
simulation of how to achieve the outcome. And what I am saying is, there is, just as much as you and I want to guess, the fundamental and honest answer is none of us know. The people in the White House, what they know, they will share a little bit at a time. Because the reality is, if what you want...
Are you fucking serious? We're gonna go with the Trump traitors in the White House, the traitors, not traitors, that these guys are like magical econ wizards, that they have access to some super secret piece of information that just none of us are privy to, that none of us could possibly fathom. They're working on a level that's just unfathomable compared to our puny human minds. Really?
Was a white paper, or if what you wanted was paint by numbers. I think back to David's point, all that would do is
Oh, I didn't say nothing about a Slayer helm originally.
the opportunity to shape their response. And I think in traditional...
But that's what we want. We want people to shape their response, don't we? if we're saying that
We don't need this. I guess we don't need that either.
to do, and that's what we're going to tariff them.
Let's go ahead, smack that bitch on. Oh,
Don't we want them to shape their responses around
yeah, fuck it. We'll take it now, man. Let's throw on some prayer potions. Get like one. Me too. Me too is fine. They'll do a angler.
And I think if you're going to play to win, this is what they should do. Keep their cards very, very close to the vest.
Do 3 anglers. I mean, this should be good.
You play street by street? What does that even fucking mean? Wait, what? The turn and the river are considered 2 streets, right? The next street is the turn of the river.
That's fucking fine.
You make that street by street, but you're incorporating all the information and you're thinking to the river and the showdown for the entirety of a hand of poker.
Oh, it's not even here.
That analogy was, but okay.
Surgically go and attack the lithium market first, then the rare earth market second, because it all goes back to the same balance sheet. It's the same
Shit.
over and over.
I think there's a unique analogy to draw here. I think a lot about an article Mark Danner wrote in the New York Review of Books many years ago about the Iraq War. And it's an article that is stuck in my mind forever, because what he says about it is that one of the difficulties of the politics of the Iraq War is there was no one war. There was everybody's private war that they were projecting on the Bush administration. You have the liberal humanitarian vision of why we were going to war and what that war would look like. You had a realist vision for it. You had a vision that was more about weapons of mass destruction and keeping the homeland safe. Al-Qaeda connection. There were really dozens of these, which is how you got
that's fine.
behind as bad a policy as that.
Alright, ready. Let's go fucking get them.
What's really going on here and why we're really doing this. But I bet you, if you go into their heart of hearts, what they want is the thing I want, even though the policy doesn't quite match
Oh, I don't want to
the
talk about
policy you would get from starting from my premises. And that's really what I hear here. I hear it on this show, but I hear it in general in the discussion around this, that there are a lot of different objectives being projected onto Donald Trump and his trade war. The objectives do not fit the policies we're seeing. The objectives are not stably articulated by Donald Trump or the people around him, nor is any specific objective being articulated in a stable way without contradicting objectives also being articulated at the same time. And look, maybe in the end, and this is why I want to push you all on metrics, you get something you like out of this. But you're giving away a lot of clarity just on the trust that what is happening is people are keeping a good hand of cards with a good strategy of poker hidden from you, as opposed to what's happening is what we seem to be seeing in public, which is Donald Trump is a chaotic and erratic person. They are making policy in a chaotic and erratic way. That policy is having chaotic and erratic consequences, and then they are operating and moving on the fly in chaotic and erratic fashion. Sachs, you heard Ezra say that he feels this administration is being a bit chaotic in the approach here. What's the counter to that? You heard Shamat say, hey, this is a really thoughtful. They're holding their cards close to the chest. Maybe you could clarify what your position is. Is this too chaotic, or is this crazy?
What I'm hearing is a bunch of process objections to Trump's policy, and I'm hearing a bunch of nitpicking. What about Lesotho or whatever? Okay, look, this is a very unrealistic view of politics. When we've had a bipartisan consensus.
This guy's retarded, dude. This David Sachs who said this guy's just a fucking retard. That's all he is. He's just a dipshit.
This in Washington for decades, that unfettered free trade is a good thing, no matter how big our trade deficits got, no matter how rich and powerful China got, no matter how unfair the trade practices got, no matter how many millions of our jobs and factories got exported overseas. This is
why does it look like that? Is this supposed to be like a Legend Zelda reference or some shit? Like the Great Tree? That's kind of what it looks right.
Consensus in Washington that this sort of unfettered free trade policy was good for the country. Now, how do you change that? Now, look, you can nitpick this, and you can make all the process objections you want, but Donald Trump has changed the conversation.
Okay, he's on that.
But I'm objecting to the absence of clear
Ezra,
goals.
you were pointing to Donald Trump's views when he was a public figure in the 1980s and 1990s on trade as somehow he was wrong. He was not wrong. He was one of the few people and the few public figures in America who was right about this. I think most people today would say he was right about this. That throwing open our markets to these foreign products without thinking about the consequences was a mistake.
You guys have me completely confused. Really, you do.
No, I'm confused about the incoherence of your position, Larry. David, you still believe that the Clinton administration, let's call it a bipartisan consensus of that era, was correct, while at the same time you're arguing that PNTR didn't do anything.
I think it is really telling that you are so much more loath to defend what we are seeing than to attack what has been. If you want to, it's fine. Like, I guess you could have. It would be interesting to have you and
Larry go.
If you'd be interested to have you and Larry go 12.
I don't think you just let me like walk by, which is cool.
Listen, there's not a stable set of objectives that fit the policy here.
Can I answer
that?
That's
a process.
I just would like somebody to
defend the thing they keep actually doing.
I would like somebody to explain to me here. I understood, Shamak.
Okay, so you should shoot me then.
So process objection, when people say stuff
there we
like
go.
that in policy debate, that's the same type of fallacy when I'm arguing with people, and they're like, I don't want to get in the weeds. That's like a shortcut for I don't know what the fuck.
Well, it's a good thing I fucking brought the prayer potions, because that would have blown.
Terms, because that's kind of like
These guys won't fuck with me, I guess.
I don't actually have any fucking clue like what's going on here. Process is paramount. You don't have actual things without process. A really good example of that we've seen recently in the United States has to do with the deportation of people without due process. Without due process, you have no other rights. Okay, your rights exist on paper; they don't mean anything without due process. If you deprive people of processes or ways to enact things, like a process is a way to get to your end point. You can't just say, "Oh, you can't have a process." Well, One,
audio
Justice
at?
wasn't just complaining about process issues. He was complaining about the actual policy aims and goals that seem to be different from the Trump admin or change every day. But two, the process is important.
Central, 4 sectors.
Yeah, I'd fucking hate life. It's one of the best parts about old school. Like, me and my buddy, really wish they had it for RuneScape 3. I think I'd like RuneScape 3 a lot more if they had it for that.
A tariff on steel, a tariff on automobiles, and
Let's go. Oh, there's more fucking birds here.
And who are very valid objectives. I hear David,
I can
give
give that.
this free trade has destroyed America and we're going to undo that and eviscerated the heartland.
I don't know what's going on with my audio though. That's what's
Okay.
Whether we have fixed it.
Well, I can answer this too.
Go ahead.
confusing.
Look, Larry and Ezra, welcome to a political coalition. Different people have different objectives, just like different objectives for the policy that we had in place 25 years ago. Okay, there are some people who think that we should have an across-the-board 10% tariff to raise revenue because the country needs revenue, and that would be a better way to raise revenue than to say have income taxes or capital gains taxes. Stan Druckenmiller, who's not a fan of tariffs, nonetheless said that he would support a 10% tariff, no more than 10, but up to 10, as a way to raise revenue.
So better the quest up, yeah, dude. Like RuneScape 3 is just too big. I would say old school's starting to get that way with all the new zones they're adding and shit. But it still feels like digestible. I would argue. Okay.
Because you are just not speaking.
What word do you use the pillars around the room to only fight one at a time? They fight with both melee and ranged. Okay. I don't think it matters though, right? Like I'm just kind of tanky. Can I just like, yeah, I can just do this.
Throw open our market to Chinese products. I want to know one example in which the United States opened its market.
While we're fighting this, let's see if we can figure out what the fuck's going on with my audio.
Okay, David, name it.
Listen, you're mischaracterizing what PNTR did. We can play this like a grok game if you want. People can go ahead and grok this question, and they'll get this answer. Look, the answer is that before PNTR, China was granted MFN on a year-by-year basis by Congress.
This AI shit, I mean, it's not new with AI. I guess it's anything. I don't even know what the analogy would be. Like using Dreamweaver to pretend that you're like a web designer, like you can do real, like it's just the...
RS3 better before Necromancy? Yeah, I haven't fucked with Necromancy too much. All I heard is it's like really, really strong. So it makes like all the other styles basically useless.
The one dude who
effectively, which is kind of sad. I don't know what the fuck's like. I know I've said it like a million times, but I really don't understand what's going on with my audio.
You say, hold on.
Oh, you know what? I do know what's going on with my audio. I know what the fuck it is. That's what it is. There we go.
Wait, fuck. I just saw this thread today. No. Oh, Billy. Is it Billy Mitchell? Not Crystal? Whatever the fuck his name was. Billy Crystal's the guy on the bulwark. You mean Billy Mitchell? My bad.
Alright, we're in there.
I saw a screenshot.
These are kind of tanky though, I ain't gonna lie.
Discord, and he was saying, we fed all the information into like Grok or ChatGPT or some shit, and they said that there's no possible way we should have ever lost that court case. Like, bro, kill me. Are you fucking serious? Oh, this? Okay, so here is what is interesting. We fed all the court transcripts into AI. It said there is no scenario where I lose, LOL. It said even if Billy wins, the damages will be nominal, and he will have to pay my costs.
Correct?
Oh, they're fucking losing it. Look at them, they're freaking out. Holy shit.
For trade relations between the United States and China.
What the fuck was that?
It created permanence and it created a certain expectation. What did that enable? Massive investment by U.S. companies in China. So all the bean counters from McKinsey started talking about outsourcing and just-in-time manufacturing. They started moving the factories over there in a much greater way. You know, the Mitt Romneys and private equity. Hold on a second, let me finish. The Mitt Romneys and private equity said, this is a great idea. Let's move all of our manufacturing.
Could we agree that whether or not it was the WTO?
Hold on, the bankers on Wall Street got to financialize and securitize all sorts of new products. Okay?
Oh God,
that was the result of PNTR.
The thing we have to decide really right now as a country is if the thing that you all are trying to
replace
this
is weird.
Better, right? If it will work. And so I want to go back to what you said a minute ago, David. When you're like, welcome to political coalitions. Larry has been in politics a long time. He was Treasury Secretary. I've covered politics for a long time. I'm familiar with political coalitions. In fact, a lot of my book is currently about the problems in the way the Democratic coalition, with too many objectives all at once, can end up destroying the ability of the policy to actually achieve a clear goal. So
this is precisely the non-procedural objection I am bringing here. This is why I think it is dangerous to be treating an upheaval of the entire global financial system without a clearly defined objective that is connected to
Is this the guy? So is this the guy who Hazelmere Ring comes from in RS3?
All these different policy objectives that would connect to all these different policies, and everybody's getting a little bit of them, and Trump is kind of flipping back and forth through different versions of them. You could end up, despite whatever mistakes were made in the free trade consensus,
That's 20K Slayer.
you could end up with a bad next, not even consensus, just a bad next policy. An unclear coalition that is fighting with itself and is making policy with strong policies can create not like nitpicky procedural problems, but actual damage and disasters.
Chamath, let's try to look forward here. This obviously has been a cataclysmic, chaotic, intense, whatever term you want to use of the past week. Okay, sure.
Good one.
And it certainly created massive swings in the market. Is this
And
all
you
going
wrote
to cause
Sapphire
a recession?
Lantern.
Is this too violent of an approach?
Think about the Sapphire and
is,
the
I think, a valid criticism that people have, including, the majority of business leaders are saying, hey, I think I have to start layoffs. You had United Airlines say, we're not going to give any guidance. This feels to business leaders, Republican business leaders primarily, and market participants as just far too chaotic, and they can't plan. And if they can't plan, then they stop planning, which then is going to cause layoffs, it's going to cause bankruptcies, and who knows what the second and third order consequences are going to be. So what's going to happen here over the next couple of weeks and months?
So just on the recession question, and I'd like to give an answer to Ezra and Larry. I think that, and I've said this for about a year, it was clear to me that we were sneakily in a recession before. And the reason was the vast amounts of money and deficits that were being pumped into government services that perverted the actual GDP picture.
Oh, and this one.
So as Doge sort of
I have a Sapphire Lantern. Why is it so red?
And
you lying fuck. Did this podcast, was it recorded by the time Elon mentioned $150 billion in savings, and then that other, was it a cabinet guy that came out and said maybe it's $50 billion in savings? Please God, I hope that announcement was before here.
Chisel.
The consensus in Congress gets to a better
pickaxe
budget,
and a tinderbox.
I think that you're going to see that the government was probably responsible for 100 to 150 basis points of just waste. And if you take that out, you will technically be in
I'll just get all my graceful equipment.
Of these tariffs. And I think that that's where the true economy, Jason, was. And I think that we're going to just find that out. So that's that. On where we go from here, I can give you an anecdote and I'll give you a projection. The anecdote is this weekend. My wife and I were in bed, and a person called me, very successful businessman who was representing the president of a country, saying, "Hey, Chamath, I need some advice. What do we do here?" And we walked through the three things that he
we need a rope.
We're trying to figure out
the rope.
Wanted an off-ramp. They were like, "I'm ready to cry uncle. We're ready to tap out." And again, he was calling me as a private citizen, but I think this conversation was very instructive. Number one, he's like, look, we have these really high tariffs on inbound American products. We're happy to cut these things to zero. And I said, well, you should do that. Second, while we were exploring, he's like, yeah, we have an enormous capital purchase with Airbus. I said, cancel it. Swap it to Boeing. He's like, done. And then the third, which was interesting, is he's like, we need to import an enormous amount of energy. And I said, well, who do you give that concession to right now? And it was a non-American company. And I said, well, why wouldn't you just RFP that to an American business and let them compete? And he's like, we'd be open to that as well. So he said, we're getting prepared. We want to find a way to talk to the Trump administration. And I'm like, great. However I can be helpful, I'll be helpful to you. I got off the phone. I looked at my wife and I said, if even 30 of these 75 countries do a deal anywhere remotely close to this,
I probably should have did this quest forever, yeah. If he gives fucking XP the same way it does in RS3.
What you do is you can rewrite Bretton Woods 2.0.
It's fine though.
What was Bretton Woods 1.0? It was fixing exchange rates. It was setting up the IMF. It was setting up the World Bank. Those were the conditions on the ground post-World War II. It made a lot of sense. What would we do if we had to write the Mar-a-Lago Accords right now? I think what we would do is work backwards from the question that Ezra asked and the answer that I gave. How do we create resiliency?
Another question, do you think we wait? Do we keep Wild Gothic sleeves for the last quest for the cake?
Intervention against capital for-profit,
or do we just fucking knock it out next?
So that we can actually compete on a level playing field. And then number three, very simply, if you can do business in my country, why can I not do business in yours? And I'll just give you that story for 1 second. I was responsible. I was the head of every single entity of Facebook outside of the United States. I opened every market. My team and I created a framework for dominating. We figured out how to crack Brazil, India, Russia. The one market that we never could ever make a single iota of progress?
China.
Say it, Jason, with me.
Well, China, Russia.
No,
Iran.
We do it now? Fucking bet. I'm on it. Oh shit, I'm about to take a ton of damage. I forgot all these things.
174 markets and one we were stupid? No.
Yeah.
So I think that the Mar-a-Lago Accords, this sort of Bretton Woods 2.0, is the outcome, Ezra. It will basically use tariffs as a way to get these governments to a table and allow us to negotiate a much fairer economic quid pro quo.
Here's my concern with this theory. I want to leave out the question of what the real economy looked like to Larry. This world.
I'm about to fucking die this shit because that one's got a wall too.
What do we need to do to deal? Right?
Cameron, can I fucking right click?
As Larry said earlier, there's no doubt that the U.S. economic leverage is enormous, and virtually every country faced with our might is going to try to cut a deal with us. But then there's a call they're not making to you,
kill me,
to someone else, which is
I just got passive on.
We have allowed, or we have approached the U.S. as a functionally benign partner for a very long time, and now they're becoming a dangerous partner. They are very, very strong, and they will use that strength to crush countries smaller than them when it suits the whims of a personalist regime run by a person who
MAGA's
kind of
all
a
things
cool
at once,
little
they
area.
do
I've never
wrong,
been
it's
over
always
here.
someone else's fault. Are we on the brink of a recession? Guess what? We were already in a recession. Checkmate. Yeah, but they'd never say that for like 2022 to 2023 when the world economy was slumping after the war in Ukraine started and everything, right? That wasn't like the market's correcting, or that wasn't like a hidden recession just coming out to be like it's all bullshit.
his feelings even about people that the U.S. or countries the U.S. traditionally considered allies, like Canada or much of Europe, change. And so, yes, on the one hand, for the next year or two, we want to avoid getting a big tariff slapped on us. And so we got to figure out what is it that if we offer it to Donald Trump, he will say to himself, that was enough of a give that, I can move on to someone else. I can make them the focus of my ire. And on the other hand, they're going to begin to build fortresses and deals and partnerships and approaches that make sure they're less exposed to our ability to wield this power against them in the future.
Yep.
But before I came on the show, I got on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company. I work with them. They're freaking out about the tariffs. The deputy chief of staff tells the company, they work something out.
No, not that they work something out. They listen.
They listen. This world in which we are doing the deal making by individual relationships, by who can get their calls answered, not by rules that feel clear and stable.
That's how the Biden administration worked, Ezra.
That's not what Shema said.
And that's not what I said.
No, Ezra, you're trying to make it sound like corruption.
Hold on, wait.
Ezra, Biden was George Clooney that was making the call. Who cares what George Clooney
That was supposed to do? Or no? I have no idea. I'm very confused.
I saw that clip, Ezra, and what
No, I'm gonna get a
Shema
yes.
said is simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he can get his calls returned by the Obama administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that different here.
You made it sound like corruption.
He's so mad. This is the call they're referring to, by the way.
This is one thing I'll tell you about the Trump administration, which is totally different. Okay, I was a lifelong Democrat. Okay, I was a mega donor to the Democrats. Like dinner with Obama level donor. Okay, I couldn't get a fucking phone call returned from the White House to save my life.
Right.
The only thing that happened to me was I made an off-color comment about like something in China.
It's reminding me to return
And
here.
I had the Biden administration basically say something, like essentially put out a press release, basically saying I was like, mean.
I think it's the same thing it does in RS3 too.
That's all I got for millions of dollars. That, you know what I mean? Like,
for being honest.
Let me in, bitch.
I mean, I was like, hey man, there's like a lot of problems in America.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do green or
talk
blue.
To me about the fentanyl crisis before we talk about everything else. Anyways, the Trump administration is totally different.
I want to go with
There's
blue.
not
Blue
a single
seems right.
person there you can't get on the phone and talk to. I'll give you an example of this. A friend of mine's company was really impacted with these tariffs in a bad way, okay? This is like a really amazing, legitimate American business. 150-year-old business, family-owned, all this stuff. And I was able to call the deputy chief of staff and I said, hey, can you talk to the CEO and just so he...
Just, by the way, what he's describing right now is just open, wanton corruption. That's what that is, right? I had a business. It was going to be negatively impacted, but I was able to make a phone call, and because I am a mega multi-million-dollar donor or whatever, they were able to fix my friend's business up real nice for me. Right? This is like a racket.
You're on the ground. He's like instantly putting me on the phone. My wife runs a pharmaceutical business, and we wanted to make sure that
I need to keep going, or is it like now it's full? I'm just done.
For rare diseases
Very
and
unsure.
drugs. What happens if these tariffs like cripple the R&D budgets? Because there's 30 million Americans with rare diseases. Rare disease means it's not like diabetes or cancer. It's like
See what the green one
200,000
does.
people or less.
Do anything good?
But there's 30 million of these Americans.
Oh, it's bad.
Two-thirds are
Okay,
kids.
it's very bad. My bad.
And the only companies that work on such small markets are these small biotech companies. And the tariffs create a lot of uncertainty. We were able to talk to all of them. They were like, explain the issue. I want to understand it. So this is what's also totally different, which I really give them a lot of respect. They are willing to debate it with you. You can pick up the phone and talk to these people. I've never had that experience, guys. I mean, look, I was like a senior person at Facebook, could never get a meeting. I only met Obama once when he came to the thing. Then when I was running an investment fund, successful, I had dinner with Obama, but it was, under the purposes of should I donate to the foundation? I've donated millions of dollars to Democrats. I've never been to the Oval. Okay? But the minute that it's like here, it's like, hey, come to the White House, explain these issues now. You get on a plane, you get over there, and they're like, explain it. And then they'll debate it. That's like, it's totally different.
Sorry, devil's advocate. Should being a mega donor, I mean, I guess I get your point of view, but couldn't it also just be like, no, we're not going to be biased just because a person donated money. We're not going to just answer the phone whenever he calls.
You think I was like, stupid 5 years ago, and all of a sudden tried to like start to build national champions like now?
Yeah.
Dude, man, I've been in the grind for 25 years here, paying my taxes. I've paid, more than most people.
Yeah. So irrespective of the donation,
I've been trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to favor myself. It's like, even just to explain, like, here's what's happening on the ground. Do you?
I almost got 200.
Mm-hmm.
All right, show us some big XP drop.
I wasn't asking for favors for my friends. Okay.
Hey, 11,000 prayer for free is pretty good.
Dude.
We'll take that.
It's
actually my lowest by a lot, so that's really good.
He sees the company. I'm sorry, the other
Okay,
That's not what happened.
that's
That's
done.
literally what happened. That's definitionally. That
You
is
have
exactly
all the
what you
prerequisites
described.
now.
Verbatim.
Sir, can I just make sure that this is clear to you? This is a 150-year-old American business. I have no interest in that company.
Yes, let's try to get all these
Why
items.
couldn't they go themselves
Go
then?
from there.
If they're such an important American business, why couldn't they go themselves?
These are Americans hiring Americans trying to compete with China who
Okay.
are very negatively affected. And all I said
We
was,
need
why
one
don't you have a chance to
knife.
explain what's happening on the ground? My point that I was trying to make, and maybe I didn't make it clear enough, so let me set the record straight. The Trump administration,
fuck
what I
me.
have seen as a businessman, is willing to hear the conditions on the ground. As a businessman, when I was building, Ezra, just to be clear, critical rare earth supplies for America
Logs.
under the Biden administration, battery can materials to compete with China under the Biden
Coins.
administration, AI chips to be the best inference
10K
solution under the
those
Biden
bitches.
administration. I couldn't get a call back.
Seed
That's
Dibbler.
just the facts. Not because I wanted anything, just to tell
Not
them what was going on.
done barbarian. I think I have done barbarian training, but we're gonna take
I
this.
am not telling you that the Biden administration should never return your calls. What
Lantern.
I'm saying is that the degree to which Trump
And-
first, and then everybody around him, as an example of him, because culture comes from the top, is working off this kind of individual call and deal making worries me, because I believe that you had every one of these calls you're saying, and they went exactly the way you say they went. And then the calls that you are not getting, and they
2
are,
minutes ago,
and
Ezra,
they,
you were saying that a 10% across the board tariff was too broad, and we need to go industry by industry. And now you're saying that it's going to be too particular, and he shouldn't do country by country negotiations.
There is a different. Oh my god, dude! Wow. Okay, this David Sachs guy is a fucking retard. Is this one of the guys that all the crypto bros cite as being an intelligent dude? Like, hey, I don't think putting tariffs across the entire fucking market in every industry is a good idea. Okay, fine. Also, I don't think it's good that like individuals can go and
Oh, wow, I
petition the
actually
government
need
for tariff relief.
Combat gear off
Interesting.
rip.
So you don't like broad.
Alright, let's just go get these items I need first, and
Can get the government to give them individual reprieve.
kind of go from
What do
there.
you want then? How about sector-specific tariffs?
So I should be able
Is
to
that-
get
there's no
the
middle ground
chain
there? Is it
body.
open corruption or the sledgehammering to the entire American global trade?
I think at the barrel.
Listening to people, listening to people is not deal making, Ezra. It's just listening to
are
people.
you really going to be
There
here
is
and
no
tell me
deal.
that the way Trump himself works is not individual deal making
Here's
with
what I have-
countries,
here's
with
what I've seen.
people, with
David
Adams? Is this really the argument here?
I will tell you what I've seen, and David's seen much more. What I have seen from the president is he takes in hundreds of opinions and starts
Should
to
be
figure
in
out
here, I
what
think.
the ground truth is. And the reason is when you only listen to one or two, every president probably deals with this. You have this information asymmetry problem because you are the president of the United States.
No,
and so
I'm
how do you
retarded.
cut through it? You talk to hundreds and hundreds of people and you triangulate what the truth is. So
Yeah. Who was triangulating our current tariffs? Where did that come from?
it's not like he's giving any favor. He's collecting information. That is a good process. You want the most powerful person in the world to get to the ground truth. Go ahead, Larry.
I am all for information gathering. I agree that the Biden administration did not do as good a job as it could have of maintaining relations with the business community. I agree that it's a good idea for there to be.
There's iron chain bodies. That's good.
I am also appalled.
Let me see. Where is bronze med helm?
From prominent people in business who have said, "I'm used to being shaken down when I try to do business."
Shop seller.
To be shaken down by representatives of the president.
Barbarian village.
What's the shakedown? When you
Yeah,
have
let's go do
What
that.
a fucking moron, dude. God, I hate these fucking people. Ugh.
close connections, you help us, you contribute this way, you
That
do
makes no
this.
sense at all.
Makes no sense,
What
Larry.
the president has been
Maybe
trying
it
to
is an
do is
erroneous.
encourage
Maybe it is
domestic
an, no,
investment.
maybe it is an erroneous perception to which I have been exposed repeatedly. But it
Total
is
nonsense.
But it is a pervasive.
All right, and then while we're looking
pervasive
for
perception.
that,
It is a perception that is shared by almost everyone who has experience in
see where we get the orb at.
who has looked at the situation of Trump administration officials and those working as special government employees in the Trump administration.
What are you saying? Because I just went through that whole process, Larry.
It
What
may
does that
all
mean?
be false, but
I can speak to this because I just went through this process.
Oh, we can just craft our own.
It took like months.
That's fine.
I went through the same process everyone else goes through. The OGE career staff have to go through all of your disclosures, and they figure out what the conflicts are, and then you have to divest them. Okay, it's the same process everyone goes through. So you're all over the place making all sorts of accusations here. So if you have some proof or you want to accuse someone, then why don't you just do it? But otherwise, what you're saying is just not true. It's not backed up by anything.
Great. They shook down Eric Adams. That's a direct accusation that happened in public. They shook down Eric. They shook down Eric Adams because he put him in his pocket. That's a big deal, y'all.
Oh, dude, Ezra just got fucking obliterated. Oh, he just got fucking annihilated. He did the secret strategy. He did the thing. I give debate lessons to all sides here, okay? MAGA, this is your killer argument, okay? He just brought up something that you can't pivot out of. You can't post-hoc rationalize.
Now I need to go get some soda ash.
You seem like you're fucked, but there's always a way out, okay? And the secret way out is always to just say, I don't know anything about that.
That's a direct accusation that happened in public. They shook down Eric. They shook down Eric Adams because he put him in his pocket. That's a big deal, y'all. Like that is the way they are doing business here.
You guys are all over the map making wild accusations.
Oh my god, dude. You asked him, and look at the pattern. Look at how this conversation just went, right? He said, if you want to make a specific accusation, then make one. Oh, okay. Eric Adams was absolutely open corruption. Yeah. I don't know anything about that, and you're all over the map now, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're everywhere right now, bro. Eric, who? What?
First it was,
there have been a variety of OGE resignations because of their discomfort with being overruled by your colleagues in the Trump administration. So the suggestion that you have been held to the same ethical standards that I was held, and that other members of previous administrations, including the Bush administration.
Now we have that. We need a little blow thingy.
No, that's false.
All right, well, there's two issues here.
You may not be familiar.
Told you, Eric Adams will be the next mayor of New York City. Here's why he won.
Ways from this. Number one, crime is the issue that I've...
Okay, we now have everything.
David Sachs. Huh. Maybe he forgot who he was.
Been saying on this pod that it is 6 months. It is the number one issue when people do not feel safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods. Nothing else.
We need, starting off here, we need food, anti-poison, which I don't think I'll need. I mean, we'll bring one.
I'm not standing for defunding the police and deprosecution and decarceration for the hobby horses right now, the progressive left. I'm going to protect you and the city and the
full dose, right?
Even in the Democratic Party. Number two, it showed how out of touch.
But I have this helmet, so we're gonna rock that.
Black and Latino neighborhoods who voted in large numbers for Eric Adams were having none of this sort of elite, more progressive thinking around decarceration. They are interested in real solutions for the problems they see, not engaging in this sort of socialism. The final point that I think the Eric Adams win represents is that Twitter is not real life. Eric Adams has 14,000 Twitter followers. Yang has 2 million. Okay, Yang came in fourth. Eric Adams had another great quote. I think on election night said, social media does not pick a candidate. People on Social Security pick a candidate. So
let me put this in my gear.
Thinking based on what this very loud,
I think this right,
on social media says. I think the Eric Adams win is a watershed because it shows
that there.
These very loud, progressive, woke voices ultimately do not have that many supporters, and all people have to do is stop listening to them. And we've just seen that Eric.
Crazy. Who is that?
Then
Who's Eric Adams? What? Because they know, and remember when he says that, what he's saying is that I know that the actions of the administration regarding this are indefensible. And I actually can't even invent a reason why it would be defensible. So you just pretend to not know. There's no fucking idea.
We're talking about two different things.
Hold on, I had to divest a lot, as I talked about on the show.
Yes,
in any event, you guys are all over the map making wild accusations. 2 seconds ago, the shakedown was at the level of
5 monkfish.
Then all of a sudden it was OGE and ethics. Then it was something about Eric Adams.
It's 15 food.
Nobody's making. I like who's Eric Adams. We're not making.
No, I know.
Let's bring like 3 anglers just in case.
It's a straightforward way that Trump does business at every level.
We can eat one if we really need to. Let's do it. Where are we heading to? Haverly Teleport.
You know how it started? You know how this started is because Ezra quoted. Hold on a second, Ezra, you misquoted something Jamal said on another podcast, where all he said was that I can get my phone calls returned by this White House.
That's not all he said. He said that he can make phone calls to the White House and that he can petition on behalf of his.
Can't remember if I did Haverly Teleport in the jewelry box or not.
Corruption. That's just corruption. It's like that's the most lefty.
What's the Tears Gothics teleport? That's actually so good. I should have used that.
Except it actually is happening now. That's what that is.
I couldn't with Obama or Biden, even though I was a big donor. Hold on, and you guys have somehow morphed that into some sort of like.
See, Brett's opening. Let's go. Brett's opening goes south.
I'm being very clear about what the accusation of the way Donald Trump works is.
Ezra, your accusation of me tried to infer some form of corruption or some form of deal making. None of that happened. Again, I'll tell you, I connected the White House so they could hear on the ground what's happening from a company who was very negatively impacted by the tariffs, so that they had the complexion of that feedback as well. Okay.
Do you deny the possibility that your experience with the Trump administration might be different than people who they feel are less allied to them than you are?
Ezra, I'm willing to.
It's a straightforward question. Are you sure that you're a good sample?
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Oh my god, they're retards, dude. Why? But somebody asked yesterday about how I would feel about a technocracy or whatever. Dude, it just doesn't work, I guess. I don't understand how people's intelligence can be so narrowly confined to one particular subject, and you can actually be so fucking retarded everywhere else. What the fuck? And what's more, people can't see it. I don't know what we're talking about right now. Why the fuck are you even on this show, you fucking retard? Bring in another co-host for today.
Dude, that's a long quest. Holy shit.
Any of the issues that are at, like, play here, then bring in somebody else that actually can have the fucking discussion. Sorry.
Well, apparently I have a tab really teleport. I didn't even know
What
that.
about right now is that people who donate to politicians have unique access to politicians. I think we can all agree
That's not true.
That's
Just to be very clear,
Yeah, that shit's, that's a lot of steps, everybody. And that's not even like actual steps. It's just like
Your just said no.
Right,
I donated
range.
to Obama and I didn't get the corrupt access that I wanted. So no, that's not true.
Two politicians have unique access to politicians. I think we can all agree
That's not true.
the case.
Okay, just to be very clear, I have given way more to the Democrats than I've given to Donald Trump.
And you were disappointed about
Holy
that.
shit.
And by the way,
where you're allied now.
And by the way, like what's crazy is I was the same I was under Biden.
They'll teleport to you, Dragon Air
It seems like
spec you,
the
protect from melee straight after the
Democrats
strong
are
ranged attack
and by the
hits
way,
to be
Larry,
safe.
you know this. These are some very close friends of ours that we share mutually that would not even return my calls. So it is a little personal for
I
me.
wish I brought a prayer
Just to be honest
pot.
with you, I'm not going to go there, but the point is, I have never
not
seen
fair.
a single iota of any form of anything other than just gathering information from the Trump. They've never asked me for anything. They've never tried to direct me to do anything. They just want to know what's going on. When you ask them, hey, can you talk to such and such a
I
person?
can assure you that your experience is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's major law firms. It is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's business leaders. It is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's universities. That
And look at this guy, yes. Wow, Larry Summers. I thought he was just an econ guy, but look at him knowing so many different things. Columbia University was deprived of $400 million for what? DEI? Whatever the fuck that means. We've had several law firms at this point. Over $500 million of pro bono services have been delivered now to the Trump administration in order for reprieve from executive orders targeting these law firms for no valid reason. You've got corporations that are begging and pleading Trump for reprieve on some of these tariffs now, right? Like, yes, across every single domain. You can pretend not to know about anything, but...
neither the first nor the 100th person referencing efforts at extortion to use the movie The Godfather as a metaphor for aspects of the way in which our country is being governed.
What a surprise. Democratic universities and Democratic law firms are making accusations.
Bro, dude, I can't say it. I hate fucking YouTube. We're gonna start doing kick-only streams. No, because I'll get canceled literally everywhere. Actually, he's actually so evil and disgusting. Like, holy shit, he's like actually an evil fucking person.
All right, let's move on. We think we've...
That shit, I can't... Ezra, fuck Ezra. I'm sorry, Ezra, I love you. Ezra shouldn't let that stand. This is open corruption. It's just open. It's out in the open. We have executive orders targeting law firms. We have law firms donating pro bono work now to the Trump administration to get reprieve from these EOs. And then we have Trump bragging about it. Like, it's open corruption.
The tariff issue, and I think we can all agree that if you donate money, you might have better access to politicians. I want to talk about the future.
Especially, Jason, if you give 10% to the big guy, then you really get access.
Oh, and I can't. I hope it does, though. God, it would just be so... God, it would feel... Oh, my God. Every day I hate Luigi more. Just because of... how... There are other worlds. God, dude, I actually can't even believe how disgusting this fucking subhuman piece of shit is.
Listen, we can do these allegations all day long. If there's a long list of people who've made donations, and there's a long list of favorable things that have happened to them across all administrations. And
how are we going to here?
Cause and correlation all day long here, but
we
I
are
want to talk about the future of the
going.
Democratic Party while we're here. Ezra, you have been on a tour.
That's kind of an awkward one, huh?
Exactly.
Do I have the Watchtower teleport?
How incompetent, how terrible of a campaign they ran.
Oh yeah, let's shit on the Dems now. Ha ha ha.
Oh, you know what? Let's do RD Cup.
Already
Cape.
Larry get
That's the play.
His 2 cents in here as well. Is there any saving this party, and if so, what would it look like?
Well, there's the problem with the party and the campaign. Let me bracket that, because my book Abundance is more about how Democrats govern, both the state and,
no,
and
that
local
far
and
teleport.
federal level,
God,
and some of the pathologies of governance there. They make it hard for liberals to achieve their goals. There are versions of this on the right, but I'm not really writing about that in this. So my book Abundance, Derek Thompson, is about the tendency Democrats have to subsidize things where they're choking off the supply of the thing they want people to have more of. So think about housing in California. You get rental vouchers from the federal government, but we make it incredibly hard to build homes. Clean energy, which a lot of the Biden administration's policies were about putting huge subsidies behind the building of more clean energy, but they didn't really do anything to make the permitting, the siting, the state capacity to do all of that capable of building that amount of clean energy at the pace they foresaw us building it, right? That they wanted us to build it. And behind this, and I can go into a lot of detail here, is a diminishment of state capacity that comes from wrapping the state itself in red tape and regulation. I think we think and have an intuitive way of thinking about the idea of deregulation on the private sector, right? When the government is imposing regulations on private companies and it's making it hard for those companies to act, to do business, etc. But this happens first and foremost on the government itself. One of my favorite examples I've been using lately, there's a new RAND report that looks at how much it costs to construct a square foot of housing in California, in Texas, and Colorado. And it does it on two kinds of housing, market rate, and it does it on affordable housing subsidized by the public sector. And the cost of creating housing in California, market rate is
Velvet
in
Hills
California, in
teleport.
Texas. But when you get into that publicly subsidized housing, where you have all these new standards and rules and regulations being triggered by the
She's spiritually, fuck
it goes
it.
up to about 4.4x. And so
I don't think I have a Velvet Hills
in a way
teleport.
of governing that evolved in the 70s, the 80s. There's a kind of small government version of the Democratic Party, the new left, more individualistic, that was worried about too much exercise of government power. And now that we are in a different world with different problems, we're thinking about reindustrializing, we have a housing shortage, and you have things like the Biden administration, which really are thinking about how to build a lot more in America, but you don't have either a policy architecture or, I would say, a governing culture that makes that possible.
Yeah, and so a lot of this came from Francis Fukuyama, I think, and Votocracy,
Yeah,
how do you pronounce this?
Fukuyama is a great sort of related concept of vetocracy, which is that. But he also got another great concept since we're bringing up Fukuyama, which is that neoliberalism, which we've sort of been talking about here with the WT and other things. He says people think about it as the veneration of the market, but what it is first and foremost is the degradation of the state. And I think that explains a lot more about the world we're in than people recognize.
Ezra, you can agree with this. Francis Fukuyama is probably one of the most polarizing modern academics in America. As you read him, people end up in, they're very pro Fukuyama or they think Fukuyama's insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, because what happened is, let me just stop level this for a second, is that you had Fukuyama write The End of History, which basically said that democratic capitalism is the end-all be-all, and we're basically down to one system, and the whole world's going to run on that system. And that philosophy then animated, I would say, a neoliberal and neoconservative consensus in Washington for 25 years. And there were three key pillars of that, let's call it globalist consensus. Number one, we'd have open borders, free flow of labor. In fact, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, which is considered to be conservative, actually supported a constitutional amendment saying that we'd have open borders.
I feel like I might need some space here.
Trade
See
and
one of
capital,
these?
so basically the unfettered free trade agenda. And then number three, the third leg of it was Pax Americana. We'd deploy American troops all over the world to defend this consensus because they'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. I think all three pillars have been refuted. And the person who has represented the shift in this consensus to, I say, a new agenda of economic nationalism and geopolitical nationalism is Donald Trump.
Oh, God,
now, when you have, listen, when you have
so this is a real
bipartisan
Fukuyama
consensus.
End of History and The Last Man is a much more complicated book.
Let me take it at a very high level. Let me finish the point here, because I'm kind of on a roll here.
Yeah, keep wrapping around. Bring it home.
When you have a bipartisan consensus that included both Bush Republicans and Clinton Democrats around these three pillars of globalism, and then I'd say that country turns against that, that's not going to be a smooth process. That is going to be potentially a violent process. It's going to be a disruptive process. And you guys want to raise like all these nitpicky objections and process or whatever. Donald Trump is bringing that realignment. Well, the real question is, was that consensus correct or was it a failure? I would argue it was a failure.
Oh shit, my fucking someone bought the
watch. Something like
watch.
Doge happening and people start taking a bit of a more unilateral, a quicker, a less veto based approach. Is that encouraging to you, Larry? Do you think that's the right way to do it? Because we haven't been able to get the government smaller since Clinton. So are you pro Doge, not Doge? And do you think this sort of objection to, hey, we're going too fast, too violently, maybe that's what we need to do at times? And then I'll go back to you, Ezra, to answer the same question.
I think that Ezra is broadly right about the promiscuous distribution of the veto power. He's broadly right that we need to be able to do more
I
things
think we're gonna go
more
here
quickly
first. So let's
in the
fucking
state if we're to be an effective government.
hit the fountain up and
reform.
check it
The
out.
Democrats have allowed themselves excessively to become hostage to particular groups, particular traditional concerns, and have lost touch in important ways with an American mainstream. And I think that insofar as the election outcomes in recent years have not been what they wanted, that is an important contribution to how that has happened. And I agree with David that Donald Trump represents a transformative and profoundly different ideology than has been present in governing America before. I do believe that it is fundamentally not new under the sun, just new in America. That it is the Juan Perón approach, which is very familiar to students of Latin American history in particular, and that the general experience of that approach is that its leaders, particularly when they have galvanizing personalities, can be very popular for a substantial period of time, but that they are very rarely remembered well by historians of their countries. And so my best judgment is that this project is going to end in disastrous failure.
Was it going to start going
having
crazy?
Put its finger
Dirty
on some
shirt
important
against
concerns and issues.
Hey, what
Of
the
course,
fuck
there should be
are,
much
what are
more
we doing with
aggressive
this thing?
reform of the government than there is, but
Oh,
that does
he's
not
smelling it. He's going to hunt the guy
excuse
down. Okay.
or mean that it is likely to work out well for
Thought we were
some
putting the shirt
of the
on.
mindless savagery that the Doge is bringing to traditional
Can I ask you a
American
question, Larry?
institutions.
Picking him
is
up.
going to
We're keeping
work
him
out
with us.
well. And to take just one example, my belief is that the revenue loss from
you,
the
Rich.
Doge's destruction
It's gonna hurt. Okay.
significant part of the functioning of our nation's tax collection system is likely to exceed.
True, because how the fuck are we gonna balance anything? Oh god, he's right. He's just right. I know he's right. Thank you. Whoever this Larry guy is, I don't know if he's conservative or not. Okay, he knows just basic things, and at this point, I appreciate that. Whatever money Doge is gonna save, which is gonna be nothing by the end of the day, it's destroyed by on its own the raise that Trump is looking for the Pentagon, or on its own the reduction in revenues collected from their attacks on the IRS. It's true. There's like 15 different ways that the money they even claim they're going to raise now will be lost. And
in terms of contributing more to the deficit than any savings that is successfully realized.
What do you mean by that? What is
They've
destruction?
identified the right thing, but they're executing on it too much. Go ahead, Jamal.
No, I have two questions, Larry. Just tactically, what do you mean by the destruction of the revenue collecting mechanism? That's question number one, which was I just want to understand what you meant. The second question, which is more broadly, Larry, if you were president for a day, just give us the Larry Summers plan. Like, what is the counterfactual to what's happening now? You can include tariffs, you can include Doge. I just want to understand how you would frame the solution to what ails us. So maybe tactically just talk about the collections part because you referenced it, and then just more strategically what the Larry Summers 2.0 plan is.
We are firing en masse people whose job it is to audit people like you. And the result of that is that we are losing revenue directly. We are losing revenue further because people once audited go straight in subsequent years.
Bad, bro.
And we are losing revenue because
Let's
more and more people
open
are
and
playing the audit lottery, engaging in problematic practices.
I was so close to doing this, but I didn't. And I'm a good American taxpayer, okay? But you gotta, holy fuck, it is tempting to just cheat the fuck out of taxes right now.
Let's eat one of these
the
and eat
Trump
one of
admin
these.
and fuck all this bullshit.
That's fine.
In the expectation
Can I burst your
that,
bubble on this?
that they will not, that they will not be caught.
Let me tell you my experience. I get audited every year automatically. And the reason you get audited every single year is typically the way that you acquire your wealth creates complexity. 700, 800, 900 page tax filings. Now, you don't do that yourself. What happens is you typically pay a large Big Four accounting firm millions of dollars to do it. Deloitte, PwC, Anderson, etc. Every year that I've been audited, the biggest delta has been about $1,000. In this case, I actually was owed $1,000 by the U.S. government last year, which was...
What'd you spend it on? Incredible.
I'll spend it everywhere. So, Larry, just so you know...
I'm well aware of everything you just said, and I have...
Like, what a stupid fucking point to bring up.
I see.
Because of the massive amount of money I make, when I get audited, the delta, so he's bringing up, like, what's the difference between what the IRS says I owe and what I say I owe, is only $1,000. Oh, well, in that case, we should just stop auditing, right? The whole reason why that delta is so small is probably because you get audited every year. You're telling me that you wouldn't be tempted to cheat a little bit, or that nobody would be tempted to change a little bit if they knew there was some percentage chance? Like, you could literally price in cheating at that point, right?
I've been trying these fucking runes. I don't think I need them.
Audited.
Actually, maybe I do.
Well, if I have a 10% chance of getting audited, and I know that there's some fee or fine attached to cheating my taxes, like, I could actually calculate in what would make sense to cheat every single year, knowing that there's just this percentage chance of me getting caught on this.
No doubt about your personal integrity.
It's not the honeypot you think it is.
Less than a quarter of people with incomes over $10 million are audited. So it's just not true.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not true that everybody is audited.
I get the sense, Larry, you like Doge, but you don't like the execution. Got it. Ezra, you talk about your book. We got to move faster. We got to do things faster. We got to take more risk. So are you pro Doge or not? And if you look at if you look at this administration, I'm going to call it Trump 2.0 for clarity. These are, I would say, 2 out of 3 people around Trump, whether it's Chamath, Joe Rogan, Bessent, Howard, even Trump himself, are Clinton Democrats.
So it's basically Clinton. You were going to say yourself.
I don't matter. Ezra, are you happy about Doge? Your book seems to be a plan to do Doge-like things.
I think building state capacity is 2 dimensions.
Do
One
you
is what
mean
the state
combat
can do,
stuff?
and the second is the rules under which it doesn't. Doge seems to me to be fundamentally destructive of state capacity. First, and this goes again to my endless frustration that I feel like goals are not clearly laid out in the Trump administration. What are the measures we are looking at, and how will they achieve them? Is it just trying to cut spending?
They've been very clear.
But that's not efficiency.
Ooh, so was this not? Also, thank you, Ezra. Saving money doesn't mean you're being more efficient. You can go and cut costs on literally anything. Efficiency is defined as your how much money are you expending versus how much money you're making with said expenditures, right? That's what we're really talking about when we're talking about efficiency, right?
Right? I could save $1 trillion. No, I could save $1 trillion in ways that will make the.
How much do you pay to get your taxes done? Not much. I think I pay like $1,500, but my income is simple, unfortunately, so I just get raped.
I'm not sure if I need anything
but that's
else.
not efficiency, right?
So
I can save $1 trillion.
Kind of rock this for now.
I can save $1 trillion in ways.
That's fine. What are we
endless
doing here?
frustration that I feel like goals are not clearly laid out in the Trump administration. What are the measures we are looking at, and how will they achieve them? Is it just trying to cut
Save $1
spending?
trillion. They've been very good.
But that's not efficiency, right? I could save $1 trillion. No.
Whatever, like, are these guys even? This is what I don't understand. What
There's
is
my golden
are you even a
chin
real
chopper.
businessman? Or like, what do you actually
Look at that
do?
little guy.
And Ezra's about to explain it. He's about to say, no, it's not. I could save $1 trillion. I could go and cut literally anything and save you money. But that's not saving money, because it's a factor of, am I saving more money than or like, am I hurting my ability to make money in some particular way? Like, let's say you've got a business, revenues are $10 million and expenditures are $5 million, so they net $5 million in profits. If I cut $1 million from the business expenses and I end up losing $3 million in revenues as a result of that, well, that wasn't an efficient cut, right? I've lost 3 times as much revenue as I have cut expenses. That was a bad cut. I need to spend that money again to get that extra revenue. It's not a good cut. Just cutting expenses is not the only way to increase. It's not even a way to measure efficiency. There might be times where you can spend more money and it'll be more efficient, like spending on the IRS.
I was gonna think like dumbass didn't drop the fucking note.
They've been very good.
But that's not efficiency, right? I could save $1 trillion. No, I could save $1 trillion in ways that will make let's put it this way. What Larry was just saying, right? If you cut everybody at the IRS, right? Just cut every single one of them. On the Doge measure of how much did you save in headcount, that will look like it counted up towards your save $1 trillion goal. But in terms of what Larry is saying, which is the long-term efficiency of U.S. tax collections, you'd have just made the IRS much, much, much less efficient.
Yeah, no, we get that, but they've also cut all these bogus software and consulting nonsense.
There is some stuff. I am not going to tell you that there are 0 Doge cuts that made sense. But I am going to say that what I see them doing overall is highly destructive state capacity, or similarly, a lot of things happening around USAID and, say, PEPFAR funding. Is PEPFAR efficient? I mean, yes, you save money by not giving HIV retrovirals to children in Africa, but I think it is good that you do that, right? So that's not the kind of efficiency I'm looking for. I am interested in state capacity that is connected to achieving specific goals. I've talked to a bunch of people around Doge, and again, here you get a lot of different ideas of what the goals are. Some people say, well, what we're trying to do is save money, but if what you want to do is save money, you could say, go to Congress and do a very big bill. There was a lot of interest in Congress, people like Ro Khanna, who wanted to work with Doge to identify big spending cuts that both sides could agree on, defense being a big piece of this, and then they decided not to do it. So Doge, to me, is a...
This must have been recorded like 3 or 4 days ago, I think, because they don't have a lot of current information about how fucked things are right now.
Would be great if somebody tried it, but I see this as much more of a destruction of state capacity and a hack and slash operation.
Larry Summers, we're going to thank you for coming. I know you've got to drop off right now. Thank you.
Wait, what about Larry Summers?
Oh, you got a big voice.
Larry Summers, before you leave, just
oh, man, hit. Come on, give me a hit. Come on, give me a hit.
Is there any truth that the Doge has cost the U.S. $500 billion through IRS tax cuts?
Big hit.
IRS cuts? It's possible. I don't know. I haven't looked into those claims, but the IRS is an organization that's good to fund because that's how you raise revenue in your government, is by collecting taxes.
Factual is focus on necessary strategic investments in infrastructure, in making America the leading country unambiguously in the world in technology, particularly disseminating in large scale artificial intelligence for collective benefit, building a larger network of alliances so that we are in a position to counter China, both with hard power in the form of increased military expenditures and with moral strength and the world as a whole behind us.
Yeah, she got the main support for us. We're fucking in there.
Foreign policy and reinvent our education system at every level to pick up on Ezra's notion of being about results, and doing all of that while you're doing the abundance agenda as well, of freeing stuff up so that we're in a position for government to get things done. I believe the country is best governed from the center, not best governed from a radical fringe. And I believe moving to a transactional model of leadership is the approach of Latin American strongmen, and history does not find it to be a successful model.
Well,
and so I would
is this a pet? Can I fucking...
rather than denigrate the rule of law as part of governing the country.
Wow. All right, there you have it, folks. Larry Summers, appreciate you coming on the pod. Thank you, Larry. Spicy episode here. Sax, you wanted a chance to respond on the Doge issue as we wrap. Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a pretty productive episode.
Yeah, let me partially agree with Ezra here. I mean, I think that he's trying to introduce this idea of an abundance agenda.
Oh, I can.
Party. I think that's a good thing. You know,
hey, let's go. Where's my bro at? Hell yeah, that's kind of cool.
And so many hoops and so much environmental regulation and DEI and all this kind of stuff. So I think that is all well and good.
Okay, I'm glad I picked him up now.
The thing that I take issue with is that you're on the one hand saying that there's way too much process around just getting things done, right? When you're talking about public works. But the objection you're making to Elon is that he's not following enough process. You know, it's not enough niceties. Larry called it mindless savagery. This is the problem, is how do you expect anything to ever get done? The reason why your public works projects don't happen is because there's too many special interests who get organized and they stop it, okay? What Elon...
But Doge has done nothing. They're never going to confront this, by the way. They'll probably never admit it. Remember, once a cult member, a maggot, has committed to a lie, they will never untell that lie. That's why the election was still rigged. It's why COVID is fake. It's why the mRNA vaccines will always be bad. They lied when they said, well, I'll wait for the safety data. It doesn't matter if it's been 5 years. It doesn't matter when it'll be 10 or 15 or 20 years. They will always tell the same lies about it. And it's going to be the same with Doge as well. It's going to be the same lies.
Elon is trying to do, we have a $2 trillion annual deficit. He's trying to figure out how to cut it. Every single program that gets cut, the interests who receive that money, and we found out that it's hopelessly corrupt. You know, Stacey Abrams gets $2 billion for her nonprofit, and you have all...
Like, think about that. Like, really? $2 billion of unaccounted for money? Like, who the fuck are you? Like,
these NGOs who are basically cashing in, they're all going to do everything in their power to stop those cuts from happening. And they're the ones who are ginning up this hysteria, you know, burning down car dealerships and so forth and so on. So this is the problem that I see, is that you don't really have a kind word to say for the people who are actually getting things done, who actually are reforming things. Elon is one who's actually making a difference that you should want.
Find any good in this? I mean, you sound like you're cherry picking. When I brought it up and I questioned you, like, do you support Doge? Your first thing to say, like, well, here's my favorite pet projects.
Ezra, don't even support the mission, Ezra. Please don't give them anything on this.
Yes, right? Like, this is, I think, really important. And weirdly, it's the through line of almost everything I've said on the show today. Knowing what you are trying to achieve is the first part of achieving it.
Dude, it's gonna be so sad. I've never actually had the Quest cable before.
I'm not going to say, hey, look, they're making the government more efficient. We no longer have a strong foreign aid program or whatever it might be. They destroyed the Department of Education without knowing what they're cutting there. I don't think Doge is doing a good job because I don't think they have, in a thoughtful way, connected means and ends. And weirdly, my critique often of Democrats is also that they have not been outcomes focused. They've been process focused. So David's point here is actually not been the critique I've made here. I would make procedural criticisms of Doge.
Right? It's just so much work.
Like, look, I agree with what they're trying
I've had this account before I went overseas, and I spent every day overseas playing.
That was going on, or Elon
so you're talking like
so easy.
Almost 2-3 years of non-stop playing.
Please, God. Oh, God.
So it's getting pretty crazy.
Please, God, Ezra, don't do it. Please,
I don't even think the quest keeps like good. I think the stats are actually worse than like everything, but it's like a cool completion.
I would absolutely prefer the Kamala Harris administration to the Trump administration. Would I like to see Democrats be significantly more reformist? Yes, I've written a book about it. I'm trying to persuade them of this argument.
Your book is about getting rid of this red tape, and you just said you want to keep the people.
It's not just red tape. It's not mindless, autistic, knuckle-dragging, deregulating. It's not that.
It's not just getting...
How's the outlaw grind going?
This is radical change. I agree.
You know what it reminds me of, actually? It reminds me of an unruly teenager where you tell them, hey, go clean your room or go pick up the stuff in the living room or whatever. And then the teenager goes and they're like, they're dragging their feet.
It's a very specific thing.
You're like, why are you going so slow? Like, get this done. Stop being a little slacker.
Oh, it's because we're refracting the light. I see.
And they throw it in the corner, they grab stuff, they throw it around, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, well, you told me to hurry, didn't you? And they're doing that. And it's like, no, you fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about? Move with purpose, okay? But do what the fuck you're supposed to do. These two things do not exist in contradiction of one another. Both can be done simultaneously. Like, that's what it feels like. It's a teenager throwing shit around the room because you're like, move faster. Like...
But you just said you would rather have had the person and the administration that put $9 trillion on top of the debt.
Hold on.
Who did more to the debt? It was Donald Trump. In a time period we had no excuse to do so, and he's looking to do it now. Ezra should ask next. Oh God, seeing this guy, you're about to hear again the most retarded thing you've ever heard in your fucking life.
World Quest and Dungeons on 26 out. Let's go, big.
Ezra should ask again. Are you going to admit right now? Can you commit right now? Will you
I don't know, bro. Going from scratch sounds fucking like a lot of work to me.
Or at least cut the deficit.
It's different with like classic WoW, because classic WoW it's like that's the journey, but retail I'm just like, dude, I want to be max level. I want to be doing my keys. I don't even want to gear up.
Never get that change, Ezra.
You guys all
don't want to just go right into keys.
I don't think because it's people like Elon or Trump who get things done.
And you'll see with Outlaw, like that's really where it becomes fun.
Getting dumb things
once you get some stats and you can really do some damage, it's just high intensity.
If you get a lot of change and the change is bad,
in my opinion,
bad, not good. I would hope that is.
I want to run Unholy as well at some point, but I think they're getting nerfed into the ground.
And began wrecking things, but you wouldn't say, well, we needed a bunch of change. Like, let's break everything in sight.
Thank you. Yes.
I want to see things done well.
I'd read a Lunar Spellbook for NPC contact.
The kind of thing that I am looking for. We talked about
Ultra and Lunar Isle, your
POA. I did a big piece, the Quantum Everything Bagel Liberalism, about the way in which the ideas inside that act, when they began building out the grant program, layered on too many standards and programs and so on. But one thing they then did was they passed a bill, or Biden signed a bill. By
So they have some home teleports, so we're gonna fucking
out of the normal environmental review, because they said, look, if this is a matter of national security and we're trying to build these semiconductor fabs so quickly, we cannot have this layered in years of environmental review, which now take on average 3.5 to 4
So we're gonna
years.
drop all the.
Because I care a lot about clean energy, one of my arguments is that we should have a speed run for clean energy. It should not go through the normal levels of review. What is happening in California High-Speed Rail that had 12 years of environmental review was not, in my view, a good idea. At the same time, it doesn't force me to say, well, I think we should build a bunch of coal plants without environmental review, because I can make distinctions between things I want to see happen in the world.
And like, this is stupid. This is a way. The fact that he even has to like explain what is so obvious here is like, what are we even doing?
We'll go house teleport.
Like, this isn't something that an ordinary
grab 10 of those
adult should have
bitches.
to explain to another ordinary adult that doesn't have a severe like neurological deficiency or like a neurodevelopmental like disorder that has like inhibited brain growth since the age of 12. Like this is incredibly obvious.
Well, I think you're totally right with that. Let me give you the more practical day-to-day example, because those are these albatross projects that are largely a byproduct of ineptitude and corruption. But let me tell you a more tactical example so that you can understand why what Elon and Trump are doing is so necessary. So as I told you, in 2020, on the back end of COVID, I started a business to build battery cathode active material in the United States, okay? So that's a business we need so that when you want to electrify everything you want to electrify, there are batteries that we can make that's not reliant on the Chinese supply chain. It made sense. The guy that I started it with worked for Elon. The other guy I started it with was a professor at Stanford. And the third guy I started it with was the head of battery engineering at Toyota. A more complete group of people, I think, you couldn't put together.
The brutality of governance required for Ezra's worldview is sick, by the way. You just don't think so because he has an NPR voice. While that might be true in some world, the brutality and the corruption that exists right now in the Trump government is worse than it has been in all of U.S. history. We've exceeded very easily things like Iran-Contra or things like Watergate. The corruption the open corruption right now that exists in the Trump admin is by far, like, so much worse than anything that's happened in U.S. history. So
we start to build, we get a deal with General Motors. So far, so good. But eventually you hit a point where in order to really commercialize, you need some form of government acknowledgement that you're good. And the way that you do that is you apply to the DOE. And the DOE has a very legitimate grant program that tries to accelerate these key things, especially things that are critical. We went through that program, Ezra. We paid a couple $1 million in consulting fees to the people that we were told to pay it to. And we were rejected. Okay, fine. Kept going. I kept running the business. And then last year, we applied again. 125 companies applied.
I'm guessing I don't need to still be on.
We all went through incredible diligence.
This. We're going to go back to standard.
Incredible validation.
West side of the White Knights
Castle. Literally 2 years from when I started. And millions of dollars. We got a $100 million federal grant from the DOE and $50 million from
worst case scenario, we just teleport back in
Michigan to help redomesticate battery cam in the United States.
Swap books again. So
it turned out that in that
pretty
same
nice
period,
quality
when we
of
were
life
going
there.
through that rigmarole, Stacey Abrams got $2 billion after 30 days. And I just asked the question, what is broken inside of the government that's
what was it for even the same type of project? Like, what do we
possible that
it's hopelessly corrupt. That's exactly right.
A company of 50 people, where none of this money goes into our pockets. We take that money and we then have to raise more money. I have to put in more money. We try.
In what way is Trump corrupt exactly? I'll just say the target. I mean, there's a billion examples I could give. If you haven't seen them by now, you don't want to see them. I don't even know if that's a real question. The easiest example is the corruption related to law firms right now, and Trump extorting law firms and forcing them to work with the government and donate pro bono work in order to escape being targeted by the Department of Justice.
Hire people. We try to build a battery factory that can basically give us resilience against the Chinese, which I think is great. They're an incredibly strong and viable competitor. In 30 days, she got 20 times more than we did. How do you explain?
Here's what I'll say on the two things.
And how do you fix it?
I have not myself looked deeply into the Stacey Abrams story, but I'm very skeptical of the accounts I keep hearing about it. I suspect that if she had made $2 billion in 30 days, she wouldn't be now hosting a podcast on crooked media. She'd be on an island somewhere. So I can't comment on that.
It's called crooked media.
The Positive American thing. It's a joke from Donald Trump, actually.
It's very
I don't know.
The broader thing here, though, right, which is frankly, what I worry about is that what you had in that DOE process was fairly quick for the government. One of the things that I am targeting in the book is a way that even when members of the administration, when governors want things to happen, they are not willing to upend the process to pass the new bills, to reconstruct the architecture of the federal or the state government to get it to happen. Jerry Brown and Gavin Newsom wanted high-speed rail to happen.
Can't you acknowledge it's insane that somebody can get $2 billion after 30 days?
Like Ezra should have him $2 billion for what? What was it $2 billion for? Like, what are you was this for the thing that we looked up? Was this the energy project? Because that whole thing went through, there was a whole process where they've been constantly doing research relating to
all right, bro. No worries.
What was it, like refurnishing a whole bunch of houses in some area and to see if you could do this with things that were more energy efficient and cost efficient and long term, whatever. Yeah, like this is not just money to Stacey Abrams. Ezra should ask him, what was it for?
I am not going to acknowledge a story I have not looked into myself because I'm not sure I trust the count of it.
Elon
I don't think it's crazy.
Can I say something?
It's crazy to get the money after 30 days, but it depends on whether or not the process was good. Hold on, I want to stop before you guys move around a bunch of like random.
I want to stay on abundance for a second.
The thing that I want to stay on with abundance for a minute here is that the thing that I think would be useful to do is actually build legislation to make these processes work more quickly with more discretion from decision makers and then oversight after the fact rather than heavy process before the fact. I was talking to somebody highly involved in the rural broadband programs under Biden, and one of the things they were saying to me was that there is this entire edifice, as he put it, of policy that is here to make sure I do nothing wrong. What would be better, and I think this is right, is to allow me to act more and then look afterwards to see if I did something wrong and then hold me accountable for it. I think too much of our regulation is precautionary as opposed to being able to let people move quickly and make decisions in the real world and then go back and see how they worked out.
All right, I think that's a great point, and I agree with you on that. And I think there are a lot of people out there who would say that government's too bureaucratic, there's too much red tape in terms of getting things done. Any kind of project, like the rural broadband, takes 15 steps, 3 of them were DEI, that's crazy. The environmental reviews and the lawsuits that bog these projects down for years, make them unfinanceable. There are people who agree with you on that. You know what they're called? Republicans. Republicans agree with this.
Good one.
But you know who doesn't agree with you? AOC and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. So maybe you're in the wrong party, because I don't think you're going to convince Democrats.
Warren and Sanders are not the popular voices in the Democratic Party right now. Like these people electorally.
Okay.
Again,
we're gonna need to do some combat
Kamala
here.
Harris, why are you going to the extremes of the party here? And even at that, like I'm
Let's
sure that
just
there
go
are
ahead
aspects of this
and
that at least AOC would agree with, and I'm sure Elizabeth Warren probably would too.
dump
Maybe
all
even
this
Bernie
shit
Sanders. Like,
here.
Democrats of this.
But we'll see.
Well, I wish you well in that. I hope you do,
appreciate
actually.
that.
Yeah, no, I do.
Right.
I think if you can convince Democrats of this, I think it'd be a great thing. But look, this is my issue with some of what you and Larry are saying.
We
is
need
that
magic weapon and a
you want
melee weapon.
Elon
So
and
let's
Trump to
bring
abide by all
a
of these procedural niceties. You want them to
melee.
Marquis of Queenberry rules.
You keep saying this is my view, but it's not my view.
You know who get things done? And this is what we say in Silicon Valley. You know who get things done? Disruptive people, founders, founder mentalities. They're the ones who get things done.
Your response?
Silicon Valley has a fail rate of businesses of probably like 99%. Is that what we want the government to operate like?
As we wrap here, I know you have to go.
Getting dumb things done quickly is not a good idea.
Starlink's not a dumb thing. Starlink is a much better idea than rural broadband.
Neither are batteries. Batteries are not dumb things.
You're asking me about what Trump and Musk are doing right now. We started here on the tariffs. What you're watching with Trump is using expanded tariff authorities to do things that have a bad process behind them and will have a bad set of outcomes. So look, I've asked you many, many times here. I don't really feel like that's the metrics I'm looking for, but we will maybe talk again in 2 or 3 years and we can decide together, was this genius work by the disruptors or was this a really, really dumb approach to economic policy?
What was the issue with the metrics that I gave you, Ezra? You don't think they're complete?
I don't think they're
You want the unit of measurement? Kilograms?
I don't think they're remotely complete.
I think you're processing us. You're doing to us exactly what the government bureaucrats did to rural broadband. What's your metric? How long is it going to take you to deploy this? We have to put you on a checklist. Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Like, you understand that these are things that happen in private industry as well, right? How do you measure success? KPIs, key performance indicators. How do you measure good investment, your rate of return? How do you measure whether or not it's worth investing money in something? Like, you calculate whether or not there's going to be stuff paid back to shareholders. Like, how do you know if an employee is efficient or not? And if what do you mean? Like, he's acting like only government makes these calculations? Like,
these are debate tactics.
Here's all you need to know, Ezra. It's $100 to get Starlink. It's $15,000 to do fiber.
We're trying to debate principles, and you're trying to bog it down in procedural arguments.
Oh, hold on. This is amazing to me. You really think saying to you, in 2 years, what are 3 or 4 metrics that would tell us? What you gave me doesn't fit the policy. I mean, look, we don't need to do this whole thing again. But what you gave me.
I have RAS, but I don't think I want.
Hold on. We said that we want to reindustrialize America.
Maybe a waste for RAS rooms.
And reduce
Two deaths. We have a ton of blood. Let's use blood. I have like a bajillion blood.
That's a sufficient objective.
Because the other thing that the part of it that I did not hear was, okay, where is the economy? Right? There's got to be some cost you don't want to.
So what metric would you want?
I'd like to see, like, okay, GDP growth has been X.
Okay, so you want positive GDP growth, and we want resiliency for those 4 critical industries, amongst others. Okay,
and it'd be nice for the trade deficits to come down, and especially with certain countries.
All right, get back to work then. We're all going to get back to work. We got the 4 critical industries, we got the GDP increase, and trade deficits. Yeah, it's an open debate. All right, Ezra Klein's new book, Abundance, is out in fine bookstores and Amazon and all kinds of other places you can get it, and you can hear him on podcasts incessantly. When are you going to stop this podcast for, Ezra? Oh my God.
No, man. It's a growth industry, one of the last.
Absolutely. All right, we'll talk to you soon. Ezra.
Bye, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ezra.
All right, thanks, Ezra. How do you think the debate went?
I think it's a good debate to have, and we made progress here. The paradox of all of this is what they're describing in some ways is what Trump and Elon are doing.
Yes.
But it's a bit too hot. So if I were to give a criticism or room for improvement to the current administration to maybe pull some of these people over, it's basically slowing down and explaining what's going on a bit better. I give the administration, I give Doge an A++. It's obvious, like, they're doing the right thing. I give the communication like a B. Like, just increase the communication, and you can see they're doing that. Antonio went out and talked a bit about Doge. They did a roundtable, and they're updating the website faster. The more you do that, the less the opposition's mind is going to wander. The same thing with the tariffs. If the tariffs, if Bessent was out there front and center every day talking about methodically what their plan was, instead of the shock and awe, I think people would be able to process it quicker. But that's
let me just add one thing.
Just one person's opinion.
Okay. Obviously, you can always say that communication should be better, but here's the reality of it. Take Doge, for example. You have crazy leftists firebombing Tesla dealerships, painting swastikas on Tesla cars, accosting Tesla drivers, okay, creating violence and chaos and trying to depress Tesla's sales, okay? And
Crazy.
who's to blame for that? And then what people say is, well, somehow Elon's the disruptive figure here. You have a crazy left wing that's reacting in crazy ways to sensible things that Doge is doing. And then what people do is they
remember, when people on the left are violent, it's because people on the left are encouraging them to be violent. And when people on the right are violent, it's because people on the left have gotten so out of control that people on the right are now made violent. Like, it's always, because ask this guy anything about January 6th, and he's going to say, oh, what? That had nothing to do.
reinterpolate this chaos that's being created by the left. They somehow put the blame for that on Elon.
I think your explanation there is even more reason to be proactively communicating decisions. So, and that doesn't forgive anybody drawing SWAT stickers on Teslas. Obviously, they should go to jail, and if anybody's coordinating it, that should be like a RICO case, and we should find out who it is. Just, if we're going to bring these two parties together, which I think we came close to here, of like finding some common ground. I think, Chamath, you outlining your 4 bullets, and then at the end, as we're saying, well, what's the impact on GDP? And then you adding to that, Sax, well, what's the input on the trade difference? For the first time, these two sides, I think we outlined what should happen. What should the measure be in 2 years? Have we onshored those important industries? Is GDP robust? And is the trade deficit more balanced? This is the same debate we always had over immigration. Let's pick a number.
And we got an interview where he confronted the dude from All In about J6, and he did exactly what you said. Timestamp me.
Work towards a number, right? And that's where the debate in our country breaks down.
This is
in my mind, is that we don't pick numbers.
We can agree that we need.
I want the defender though.
Segue, Jason, go.
Hey, Chamath, I saw that you were at the Breakthrough Prize ceremony over the weekend. Sorry I couldn't make it, Yuri. I had family stuff, but Freeberg was there as well. And as everybody knows, this is the Breakthrough Prize. It's like kind of the Oscars for science. They had hundreds of guests there, and about a third of them were scientists. A third were tech founders, and you had a bunch of Hollywood folks there, hosted by James Corden. And you had Jeff Bezos, Yuri Milner, as I mentioned, Zuck, Vin Diesel, Sergey.
And I need fucking 9 slots open.
Lots of excitement there. And I know, David, you had a secret conference that also I was almost invited to. That you met.
How does it want me to even do this then?
Jason, Nick, you can show some photos here.
Oh, we do have photos. Okay, I know.
My wife sent me a letter to read on the air, so let me just open this up here.
Well, is it an open letter?
It's an open
letter too.
Oh,
Mr. Beast.
Okay, dear Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh, jeez. It's a love letter to Gwyneth.
Okay, I'm just gonna read this here.
Okay.
Last night when I met you, I learned in that moment that pheromones are not a myth. They are real and apparently trademarked by you. You have the kind of femininity that could destabilize the stock market. I left the encounter slightly dazed, unsure if it was
try
your
this, I
presence
suppose.
or an as of yet unlisted.
Oh no, I don't have 9
wait,
slots now.
Let me just mansplain what she's trying to say here, guys.
Wait, are you saying she's got a girl crush?
Gwyneth
Paltrow is hot as balls. Okay, that's the
Helen of Troy. You're saying she crashed the mark?
She has so much aura and riz. David, you have to. I mean, I don't know if we have the picture where David met her at the JPM conference, but she is so.
I guess we'll see if this is enough.
I gotta say, so cool. I have to say, like, I've met a lot of stars. That's like a star. That's a star where you're just like, holy shit. You're just kind of like a little bit in awe.
Okay.
She's a star. She's a
Look
star.
at that. There she is. Fifth bestie Gwyneth Paltrow. Jeepo.
That was done.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mods. Moderators online. Whether you're streaming, maybe you're in a Discord server chatting with your friends. Moderators have taken over the internet as basically hallway monitors for
I must have not grabbed the granite.
people that have a little sense of justice for things and fandoms or groups that need protecting. Mods are there.
Oh, it's the little guy.
Saviors, the angels. But they're also kind of creepy.
Oh, he's fucking telegraphing me.
A god complex over power, or maybe it's harassing women or being just like kind of creeps or incel-y behaviors. Mods are this kind of conglomerate of disgusting ooze. And today, I'm very, very excited to talk about them. So today, let's dive deep, deep into the depraved and disturbed minds of online moderators. Today's video is sponsored by Opera GX, the browser that leaves boring behind. With tons of customization, you may not know where to start. So let the GX mods cultivate the experience you want. And the GX mods go wild, giving you background music, keyboard sounds, opening and closing tab sounds, theme and colors of the browser, mods, dedicated wallpaper, disabling and enabling mods and individual modifications in the mods menu available from the sidebar. And you can visit the GX store, which shows the wide range of mods available to explore and create. Which, there's some great examples of the official GX mods, right? Like you got the Day 1 mod. You got the very spirited mod, the medieval mod, the GX board, the lo-fi chill, and some of the great user-generated ones.
This guy just like force grabbing everybody.
Follow,
what the hell's going on?
Witcher, Berserk, and Hot Dog. Also, Opera GX.
I want some talkies, bro. That's what I fucking want right now.
With their
Shit's
generous
so good.
AI and AI tools, you can now access AI prompts and sidebar access to Chat GPT and Chat Sonic. Gotta go fast! Let them summarize and find related content for you while you do whatever you want, saving you time and brain power. AI is going to kill us all. Opera GX is also equipped with an important
Cast one of the charge orb spells on the tile. Wait. They didn't fucking tell me I need an unpowered orb originally. Son of a bitch. Alright, that's fine. We'll use the combat bracelet teleport. We'll come back. Nah, not even a big deal.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Oh shit! This super chatted $19.99. Who was the guy you won't interview? Is it Joe Exotic?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if you know this, but I'm not interviewing Joe Exotic anymore.
What happened? Tell me. Give me all the details.
He was accused of abusing animals. I just lost my dog, so it's just Yeah, that's that. And then when we have him on, he's just gonna promote his fucking crypto coin. So I'm not having him on.
Yeah, 100%. I'm 100% on board with the fact that they screwed the pooch. It's one thing for the jail to be under lockdown and he can't make it today. Well, that's fine, Joe. Okay. But then you sent a representative and it's like, yeah, we'll be doing the interview through me. You remember he said that to start? And then like his immediate response was, we're just so excited to promote our bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck you. You're not here for an interview.
He lost the opportunity to our platform. It's our platform. You know, we normally have way more viewers. Today it's kind of slow. But yeah, we offer them our platform, and they tried to push some crypto coin on our fans.
Which at the end of the day, like, had we gotten the interview, and at the end of the interview is like, hey, we got a few projects going. This is one of them. I wish it wasn't that. But like, yeah, you were due that. You're using our platform to promote when you missed the interview. Suck my dick. I'm 100% on board with this.
Somebody in chat said there's crossover between us and H3 show, and they have like 61,000.
Okay, well, I'm starting to see what's going on here. There's a lot.
That's maybe why our shit dipped.
A lot of shit.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, iDubbbz knew exactly what he was doing. You and I were talking about, he normally drops the shit at 2 p.m. No, he waited till Ethan was going live and then dropped it at the same time Ethan's going live to bait Ethan. Because Ethan's, unfortunately, fairly easy to bait from time to time these days.
I think this is going to be
Black Belladonna super
hilarious.
chatted $20. Major W for not interviewing that animal abusing low loser, Keen. So much respect gained.
You know, the sad part about it is, that I wasn't thinking that way, before Skip. That's the sad part. You know, I'm pretty disappointed in myself, but you know, it is what it is. Me and Blade lost a friendship because he threw a dog when he was drunk, and I'm like, nope, can't be friends with you anymore. Like, that's just hits me on a personal level, and I don't know what it was, because it was Tiger King or whatever. I don't fucking know.
I was once told that you can. I was once told you can judge a person by how they treat animals, right, in this world. And like, don't get me wrong, I was raised around some old countrymen. They put their dogs down when the work was done, and they can no longer be work animals and stuff like that. But you treated your animal so well, and Joe treated this animal so fucking badly. It's probably a pretty good thing Joe's rotting in jail.
Yeah, maybe. For some reason, my fucking thing is all messed up here, where I can't get my members on right. For some reason, I have no idea what the fuck is wrong with this thing, but let me fix this real quick. Shit, I don't know which one. Maybe it's this one?
Purple Flirt super chatted $20. Too bad iDubbbz never made that boogie content nuke. Then we wouldn't have to deal with his BS nowadays.
Look at me. Listen to me. I want you to make the content nuke right now, iDubbbz. I faked cancer. I wasted all my money on crypto. I then went on to promote crypto. the prostitution thing, hire, like, fucking interview some of the prostitutes, interview Desi. You can come to my house. You can fucking, please, do one on this show.
Yeah, at least it would be funny. Like, this is not funny, I promise you. This is horrible. All right, guys, listen, we have 759 likes. If we get to 1,000, I will let you guys talk, the non-members. If not, we're making it members only. So you decide. You got about 5 minutes here, all right? How much of this did you watch? Because I watched about 15 minutes and then I fucking gave up. I was like, this is dog shit.
I watched the first 15 minutes and then I let the rest of it play in the background as I fucking snapped with Desi. So I got a good chunk of what the rest of it was, and the rest of it's bad. It just, every time I'd wake up, I'm like, oh, wow, it's still really bad. And then I go back to sleep.
The best part is the fucking beginning, but it's funny for all the wrong reasons. Killer Cobb, welcome to Cash Cow. All right, you guys are at 840, last chance, 840. Okay, you're at 900. You need 100 likes. If you want to talk, God damn it, get that shit in there. All right, I'm gonna start this thing. We got to get this thing going.
Before you start it, let me one more thing. Clip this, send it to Ethan, okay? Or Ian,
Kella
okay?
McGee super chatted $19.99. Keen, I was banned from the Discord yesterday for making a poll at a time that I shouldn't have, and I take accountability for that. I'm sorry, and if given the chance to be back in the Discord, I promise it won't happen again.
Hey guys, when we ban certain people from the Discord and from the community, the last thing we want to see is you guys spamming like free so-and-so. So that guy was like doing polls. Should we free Twiggy? Well, you found out how your poll worked, right? There's only one person that can actually vote, and it's me. And you got banned. Go fuck yourself. Anyhow.
Yeah, before we start this thing, Ian, I'm begging you. Watching this today made me want funny, sarcastic, carefree Ian back so badly. I said this back in, 5 years ago? I miss old iDubbbz, and I don't mean the racist, fucking shitty asshole guy. I'm talking about the carefree, funny, sarcastic, fun to watch guy. How the fuck do you refuse to be that person? I cannot understand it. I understand we all grow up, we all grow out of it, but why could you grow out of being funny? Why could you grow out of being entertaining? Get your shit together.
I'm going to be able to answer those questions as soon as we get into it. Javi, welcome to Cash Cow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let's do this. To the guy that's asking to get unbanned, moderators, figure out who that is and unban them. All they did is a poll, and I banned them off the Discord. You can unban that person that donated. And, but don't do that. When I ban someone, don't do the fucking hashtag free someone. Like, because, bro, you're basically saying to me that I'm a fucking idiot or something. I banned Twiggy for a reason. He did like 3 horrible fucking things. And by the way, did you see Twiggy came out with a new video today and he said it was all a master troll and he just got everyone on strings?
Of course, it's the classic Becky. I was just playing a character. It was just a bit. And Keemstar's on record having said, don't ever even say that because it doesn't work. It just makes you look even worse. Twiggy, you dumb motherfucker, you're a retard.
It just
God
makes
damn
it look so stupid.
I guess we're dropping these. I didn't really want to, but
Freshy Fresh, welcome to
you know,
Band World.
much of an option.
Let's
We'll
jump
come
into
back
this
for it
thing.
if this isn't require.
The beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the fucking thing in our defense.
Dude,
Actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too such an insane harassment group.
I'm sorry, but fucking Ian or fucking iDubbbz has the worst tattoos on the fucking planet. It literally looks
oh, they want
like
to attack
those
me. This
fake tattoo stickers
armor
they
on.
give to kids. Like, his tattoos are so fucking bad. Him and his wife's. I don't get it. I don't know how you guys can walk around in public with those fucking things.
They walked into a tattoo art parlor and said, what's the most cliche thing you can do? And then they got it.
They're like, tattoo artists, can I get a snake? Can I get a fucking anchor with a bird on it or something? Can I get a bird on my... Brad, what the fuck? What? These tattoos mean absolutely nothing to these people. They just decided, like, they were in the mall one day, you know, iDubbbz and his wife, and they walked into a hot topic and they were like, cool, bro, let's go get some tattoos. Like, literally. Wait, what? Their tattoos make no sense. Welcome to the Band World, Arthur Scott.
That anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
Yeah, during this sequence, right for one brief moment, I had hope. Oh,
Yeah.
I hate it, but I had hope.
Yeah, I want to point out the tattoos. What?
Can I get an eagle on my chest? I really want to get an eagle.
Missed Her B super chatted $50.
Oh,
You guys
shit.
are awesome. God bless you guys.
Oh,
Thank you, miss.
$50. Oh my God, I haven't seen a red dono in fucking days. Or maybe I did see some yesterday, and thank you for all the love.
What am I
no
supposed
more
to do?
condolences, please. We're trying to heal and move
It's
on.
fucking destroying me.
And, I know y'all have my back 100%. Guys, we will be doing 1.5 speed, but not at the intro. The intro.
Yeah,
will
we're
be
not
at
gonna be able to beat that guy.
You want to know why the intro is actually pretty good? It's because of the song. The song's nostalgic. It's the nostalgic. Yeah. That's why people like that.
I don't need that. I don't need this.
Stop what you're doing. Freeze! Mel just gifted 20 fucking members.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, now finish your jumping jacks.
Dude, this is a crazy fight.
Okay. We can stop right there. That's was the
most
best
entertaining part.
Yeah, that was the best part of Content Cop. All right? Everything from now on will be complete trash. It will be bad. Are you guys ready for this?
It is so frustrating because once again, that intro, I'm
Dude,
like,
that's
oh my
crazy.
God,
That's
what
actually a
if
lot of
he's
shit.
back? Like, what if he's entertaining again? Even if
Okay,
he's wrong about
we
Ethan,
shouldn't need
at
this for
least
this.
It'll be entertaining.
Right?
Wah, wah.
All right. Before we get into this, just in case someone out there really doesn't know the backstory, I'm going to give you a general backstory, okay? H3H3, Ethan Klein, and Hassan Piker used to be in a podcast together called The Leftovers. And then the war heated up with October 7th in the Middle East with Israel versus Palestine. And basically, Hassan Piker's position is fuck Israel. You know, that's his position, okay? And Ethan Klein's position is let's have peace in the Middle East, all right? I know these are very, very generalization of what took place, but that is overall.
So I need to. So I have enough for this. This is fine.
They got into a big feud and
I need these
broke
for
up
vulnerability. So then, what am I running these
And
for? Oh, it's for
we've
the high
talked
out.
about it many times right here on Local Live on
For the
Drama
cosmic. I don't think I need the
all
cosmic.
over the internet. Basically, Twitch is a place for like extremist views for basically pro-terrorist people. Like they support terrorists. It's wild, bro. It's absolutely wild. And it's gotten so bad that the CEO of Twitch, right, is the one pushing the Hassan Pikers and what are the things that they what are the people that they call that like spawn underneath another creator? What are they called? Destiny
Dude, this is gonna be hard.
yeah. The Hassan
So that's
Piker
fine.
orbiters. There's like probably about like 10 other
And
streamers on
Weekend
Twitch that love
is
Hassan Piker and just back up all of his extreme takes and whatnot, and they get clout by sucking Hassan's dick, all right? His orbiters, right? So this is the feud that's going on, all right? Now, recently, all right, to bring you up to speed,
Oh, that's weekend.
a couple
Okay.
of these people on Twitch and
Kinda like
whatnot that
Modify
are
this shit?
orbiters
No.
of Hassan and terrorist supporters, okay,
Fucking
have been
bro.
going after Ethan Klein and Ethan Klein's wife. And some of this stuff has been personal, like affecting their real life, right? And Gila and Ethan Klein got upset because they've been friends with iDubbbz and Anissa for years. And Anissa and iDubbbz are friends with the terrorist supporters, okay? So Ethan and Gila are thinking that the terrorist supporters, right, would get yelled at by their good friends iDubbbz and Anissa. That's not what happens, okay? What happens is iDubbbz and his wife make a content cop on Ethan. And the start of this content cop is the terrorist supporters and iDubbbz. Look at that.
Yup. What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome Night Broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los
let's
Angeles.
just try it. We're gonna definitely die.
MBs are having a fantastic
I'm like almost
season.
110%.
Today, I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke.
There's only so much we can really do here.
Because the reality of the matter is, it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more...
It is true. It is true. Hassan Piker, it literally is true. These are your takes. They've been well documented, well recorded. There's been articles written that Twitch has a big problem with fucking terrorist supporters on their platform, and you're the poster boy for it. It is true. It is fucking true. It's actually a fucking fact.
more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up.
And at this moment, it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
iDubbbz supports the Twitch terrorist support group. Like, what?
Ethan, wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
And now the orbiters are coming.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up. Ethan, wake up.
Oh my God!
Right?
Frogan! Frogan!
And it is just so surreal to see this intro because, like, how did you not know how this was going to play? Like, are you purposely cutting your own career's throat? What are you doing?
Frogan, the terrorist supporter, has teamed up with iDubbbz to take out H3H3. What?
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
And the black guy, I don't know who that is. I don't know who it is. I know. Do you know who that is, Boogie?
No clue.
No clue. No clue. Bro, you... let's move on.
Wake up. Seems anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react.
Okay. Stop. iDubbbz, Frogan, the other two are doing the Fortnite dance, the Fortnite L dance behind Hassan Piker. Somebody in the chat said token black guy. Thank God someone in the chat said that and not me, which I almost said.
Right, of course.
Thank God somebody in the chat said that and not me.
Welcome back. This fight is terrifying. There's so much shit I need to do. It's like, witness true sorcery. Is this the one where I need to telegrab it?
Piker Orbiter. This
Oh my
girl,
God.
whatever the fuck, I can't remember her name. She's a Hassan Piker Orbiter. This black guy, Hassan Piker Orbiter. And now, it appears iDubbbz is now
Oh, I can just kind of like cheese it. Okay. My mind is pure anarchy.
That's
I'm
not
unstoppable. Okay.
That's not true at all. Because IDubbbz
Was this
is not the orbiter.
strong?
You know who is the orbiter of Hassan Piker, though? His fucking wife.
Weaken.
Bingo. The person that has manufactured
There we go.
the last few years of Ian's life as he drove his career into the ground also manufactured
Well, he tries to like fucking
this
nuke my ass.
tombstone for it.
His wife.
Equipped armor?
His
this shit?
is an orbiter of these Twitch people and always has been.
Whoa.
Go look at her Twitter.
What the fuck was
Go
that
check
from?
out her timeline. Go check out
Is that because I equipped the armor? Did you troll me?
These are all
Very
his
confused.
wife's friends, bro. The only reason why this video exists that we're watching right now is because of the person that runs that marriage.
Oh, it's fuck.
Jamba.
No, one of them's supposed to be water. Water?
Content, yeah, chat.
Oh, there's fucking 3 of them, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, we're just fucking chalk.
Man, he was so much fun.
I think we're just screwed here. We're gonna have to fucking retry.
Oh, he got naked. That was so funny.
It's so extra.
That was so super funny. All right, it's time for 1.5 speed, ladies and gentlemen, because now things are gonna get extremely boring. Guys, thank you already for 29 new members. Good lord.
Plan on making a content comp on H3.
Really
It sounds very
explosive.
stupid even saying that. H3
Oh shit. Oh, that's the fucking thing they're talking about. I'm supposed to telegrab it. Yeah, I'm realizing that now. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing any damage. Alright, we gotta dip out of here.
Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot. It's Ethan. He's the one who
Alright.
fucking attacked first.
Try this again.
My good fucking friends who I stood
Let me
by after all
fucking
these
heal.
years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
That was scary.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm gonna tell you.
Why do I have the melee shit though? It doesn't seem like I'm doing any melee to the guy.
Thank you, Cynthia Breyer. I don't think it's gonna read your dono because we were on the.
I'm gonna try to not bring any melee
Summarize,
gear.
we're all watching
We'll just
a
bring the
bunch of
weapon.
morons. Yes, you are. To summarize, like I said
You
earlier,
gotta rock this too though. I don't think I need full arrows. I think I want magic resist.
his wife Hila were upset
Let's
that
run like
fucking
Kiro's
Ace
top.
and IDubbbz wouldn't defend them. They were friends with them for years, and they've been in this epic battle with the terrorist supporters of Twitch.
I actually think that's what I'm gonna do. I just still have a lot more gear slots.
So, this is why this
We'll keep this just in case because it says I need that, but.
Ethan Klein. I know some of
Bring
you.
one per pot.
There's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes
Do I have a
fun,
battle
sometimes
mage
fucked up.
potion?
He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show
No.
with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now in his
Fine.
podcast
Doja, thank you for the 5 gifted.
with Hassan, Leftovers, they
Okay, what gear am I rocking right now?
progressive shit and make fun of right wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
No, as Hunter Shavers, you trans women, I say, oh no! And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
I don't really care about the
subjected
slight
to horrific conditions,
loss here.
by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Okay, let's go try to rock this. Keep the weapon.
The point IDubbbz is trying to make here is like, hey,
We have one prayer pot, and then we'll do anglers for the rest.
Piker was talking about the Middle East, and in 2019, H3H3 was making jokes on his podcast. In 2020,
Okay.
right?
I think we are gonna do a lot better
Talking
this
about
time.
The Middle East. And 2020, Ethan Klein was making stupid fucking fart jokes. This is the point he's trying to make, which is no point. Like I don't fucking get this. All right?
Yeah, I grinded a bunch out when I was what do you call it? Trying to level up the rune crafting. I don't remember what I was exactly going for.
Someone else could have a
There's something
different
here.
career, make
I
different
don't remember.
content.
I might have just been AFK when I was overseas. I think that's what it was.
Topic and a give an opinion on a topic that's in reference to some conflict in the Middle East.
Alright, so I got my
Even
staff.
worse, though, by the way, he says Hassan is one of the
I didn't
very
do it, I'm
few
sorry.
people who have the qualifications to give a comment on what's happening in the Middle East. Fucking what?
Yeah. I don't know. Last time I checked the Constitution, I'm pretty sure I do. I'm pretty sure so does iDubbbz, so does every American fucking retard.
Yeah.
I hate when people.
Also, I don't need
it's
these
like,
anymore.
dude, you
Apparently,
have
I don't
no
think.
authority, iDubbbz. Shut up.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that that may be a war crime. It literally is.
Was just eating the toppings. The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more.
Where the fuck is my helmet
And
at?
that's fine. You know, we don't expect Ethan to be an
God damn
expert
it.
on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where
Did I get rid
he
of
is
it?
extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She's serving the IDF. He obviously.
Pretty sure there's
likes
supposed to be a
the
Dark
state of
Squall
Israel. On the other
hood.
hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience.
I don't
who
see
are
it.
very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political.
This is just dishonest. He clearly likes the state of Israel.
There it is.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
that's fine.
Ethan Klein has criticized the state of Israel multiple fucking times.
Yeah.
Multiple fucking times. All right? Like, it's just, this is just more gaslighting from these fucking people. It's just, the whole argument, the whole video is starting on a false pretense.
Alright, we're fucking into this time.
Streamer. So this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna
Air
call it
for
out.
earth, water for fire. Air for earth, water for fire. Okay, so air for
So this
earth,
massive
water for
progressive
fire.
audience that Ethan
Fuck.
has, you know, adopted over the years, they're
Earth?
becoming
Earth fair,
increasingly
maybe?
critical of his position because now he's talking about it.
Nope, not
on
Earth fair.
platforms, he's now talking about it on his
So much for
podcast.
that.
Does he not know from the river to the sea?
Earth for air.
Do you think iDubbbz knows what that means?
No.
It means take out fucking Israel. Like, does he not know that? What the? I'm so
Strong,
confused.
strong.
I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online.
Okay. So, first of all, that was one of the things H3 and Gila got dinged for, is calling that guy a really good guy. And they addressed it. And they went
Where's
into
the telegram?
detail. So using that clip out of context, just... And I barely know anything about this. All right, I just know the little stuff that we've covered on Locale Live. Remember we covered this where Gila was in trouble, right? She had a whole response to that, right? He just uses the clip, bam, skips over.
Line, progressive
Please.
content creators,
Hit,
Hassan,
bitch.
all of these different people. He's finding
Oh,
new
fuck.
people every day
Earth,
basically
Earth,
to get in
Earth.
fights
Wait,
with.
no, it's not
Other
Earth.
people, this
We
guy
fucked this up
Matt
last time.
Rogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks
Water?
this guy's awesome apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse, dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video.
God
Evil,
damn
hateful,
it.
fucking.
Alright,
and
well,
I'll
we're
say
just
it,
gonna
I'll
eat
go
that
down.
to the face.
No, go down.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly.
Yo, the entire chat is saying Wings got arrested.
What?
I don't know if it's a troll or not. I'm gonna call Kelly.
It has to be a troll.
Oh my god.
Let me check it.
Detail. So using that clip out of context, just... And I barely know anything about this. All right, I just know the little stuff that we've covered on Locale Live. Remember we covered this where Gila was in trouble, right? She had a whole response to that, right? He just uses the clip, bam, skips over.
Line, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day basically to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse, dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the
Holy
video.
shit.
Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it, and I'll double
Maybe?
down on it. And people, no, not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in
Nah,
Ethan
we gotta get the
burning
fuck out of
bridges with
there.
people until he burned the
Dude, I
bridge
don't
with me.
understand that
Since
part.
Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly.
Yo,
Alright, let's
the
drop
entire
this
chat
shit.
is saying Wings got arrested.
What?
I don't know if it's a troll or not. I'm gonna call Kelly.
It has to be a troll. Let me check the Discord.
What? They're pretty convinced. Unless it's an active troll.
Do I have a serpent? Actually, why don't I use that? I think I actually have a fucking... What is it called though? It's the one from Zora. I have the staff for it, right?
I'm asking in Discord to see if anybody has like any proof. Checking Twitter.
I don't know why I would have gotten rid of
Where's
it.
this coming
Seems
from?
unlikely.
They're saying he's in jail.
There's no way.
They're really spamming it. I'm just gonna call him.
Let me just fucking look it up. Zora. What's ours?
If we get trolled on our chat,
Toxic staff.
they're saying check the website.
What website?
We'll try it.
Hey.
There it is. Ooh, oh, stressing.
Dude, my entire chat is saying that you're arrested. No. Okay. All right. We figured it was a troll. All right. Thanks. Sorry.
All right, buddy.
God damn it. Why did I fall for that?
Yeah, chat. Come on. They were very convincing though. I was like, what the fuck? How did he get arrested
Bro,
for
why
what?
did I fucking fall for that? Fuck you
Do I
guys.
need this though? If I have this shit.
God damn it.
I'm gonna try it without it
was like,
and see if they like fucking lose their mind or not.
Cynthia says, to summarize, we are watching a bunch of morons. Yes.
Yep.
I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops.
That's it. You know what? Fuck you guys. I'm putting on a members only. Fuck you guys.
That's what you get for letting the peasants talk.
You want to fuck with me? I'm gonna fuck with you. Bye, buddy. Bye. As Becky would say, bye.
Stops harassing other creators. Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy. But
All right,
I'm
this
like,
is the one.
Stupid. It's not a fucking
Trust.
petty beef. It's like this guy's evil and he's
I've
doing
probably read this
anti-Semitism,
too,
and also
but
he's way out of my weight
doesn't
class.
really matter.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles...
God, this is so boring. Boogie, this is so boring. I don't fucking care.
But look, if you slow it
Oh,
down,
I didn't refill my shit, dude. All right, let's go back one more time. My bad.
It's very beautiful.
Kind of trolling.
This sucks.
Dude, turn on text to speech so they can interrupt it. Please, can you at least do that?
Okay, I don't know how to do it. Let me see.
That's not, that sounds the right place either, but I'm fucking...
Yeah, I have to...
Losing my mind.
This or something.
Go to 1.25 or 1.5.
Wait.
And
shh. How do I paste?
All right. This is the year we're rocking.
Control P.
I got it. All right, we're good.
I don't have the
Now,
ring
let
for
them
Mage, I
entertain us
don't
while we
think,
watch
so...
this goddamn dumpster
All right,
fire.
you guys, TTS will work on this.
Circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word, he said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese, and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan at some point
welcome to Cash
discovers
Cow.
that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering
pause
this
right here,
content
pause right
by
here.
scrolling.
Pause right here. First thing I want to say, this section's got some pretty important shit in it, okay? I did see this part. No, listen. First off,
okay, we'll learn this one. So, air for earth, water for fire, which that makes sense. Earth for air. So I was doing that right. And then fire for water. So yeah, I guess it's just like less damage, but still damage.
Editor did.
I don't.
And Ethan's mad about something his ex.
All right, let's get it.
A guy you no longer work with. You're now responsible for something someone says that you no longer fucking work with? Ethan, you're goddamn retarded. Secondly, The other thing he gets into here, we'll play it. I'll make you pause it again in a second. Play this.
Yeah, Ethan's stupid, but so is iDubbbz, right? Because like, what? Who cares? Like,
I'm telling you, this is a retard fight, and that's the other thing I was gonna say. That's the other thing I was gonna say.
No, iDubbbz says this. He goes, nobody's asking how they got this information. Why does that matter?
Oh, it matters a lot in a second. Hold on. Secondly, Ian, unfollowing somebody you no longer work with on Twitter is free. If you see somebody you used to work with shitting all over somebody that's your friend or used to be your friend,
wasted all that time trying to do that.
Unfollowing is free. You don't have to tweet and be like, this guy's a piece of shit, which is also free. You can do that. You can condemn somebody, your ex-editor, with something he said. You can do that for free, but I'll just unfollow the guy. You don't work with him anymore. Who cares?
Yeah, but they do kind of the similar thing we do. It's like if anyone's talking shit, you respond to it for content, right?
Right.
You know,
it's at the end of the day, this is just a retard slap fight, this part. But this next part, he gets into how does Ethan know this stuff, and I think there's some truth to this.
Okay,
so go ahead and play it.
Through Twitter, looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe
Holy shit, look at those people doing agility. What the
feel
fuck?
the need to send him
It's
this
like a billion people.
and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much?
No, but that is entertaining. His employees are trying to get him triggered so he can go off on someone. Like, come on.
Work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out.
Maybe I say fucking these rats.
I cannot stand when some commentators say, if you do a little research, motherfucker, these people go fucking CIA and they call it, if you did a little... One Google search would have told you. They always say that shit. It's like so stupid.
But this is the part that I wanted to talk about. This is the point that Ian has a little bit of a point, even though it's a stupid one. Yes, there is clearly a Reddit account that is doing everything it can to get this stuff in front of Ethan to make him crash out. That is true. It's called entertainment. Not all of us are living in a goddamn ivory tower, Ian, where we're like, I'm not allowed to have feelings anymore. I'm not allowed to say
let's fucking get it.
Anymore.
This is the
my
one.
wife will not give me my penis back if I have a feeling. Ethan's allowed to feel shit and talk about it, you retard.
Dude, Guru, thank you for joining Bandworld.
One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing.
Neglected_Tibbles super chatted $19.99. If you still want to troll, become a member. Peasants, it's $10. Thumbs up, medium skin tone. Okay, hand medium, dark skin tone. Thumbs up, medium skin tone. Right facing fist, medium, dark skin tone. Okay, hand medium, dark skin tone.
Stacey Marie, welcome to Bandworld.
Hand medium, dark skin tone. Thumbs up, medium skin tone. Right facing fist, medium, dark skin tone. Okay, hand medium, dark skin tone. Alien boogie. You should become Jewish for next month and say I like Harry Capers or bagels. Wear a lil cap.
Shut up.
I think that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was
Bro, what the fuck? I thought I got him.
uncharitable and fucked up towards Ethan and Ela on Twitter. But
yeah, he casted vinyl on his ass. What did I fucking miss?
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams.
Maybe I'm supposed to cast it and then keep running. That might be the play.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit.
He goes, but they're doing the same thing.
Okay. Like that he was a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's like an IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my
Wait, why are you saying for you know? For all you know.
Yeah, right.
Why are you putting that?
This is a fire.
Like, I think you knew, bud.
editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash.
Super chatted $19.
Dude, how am I missing? Like, am I tripping?
Is good with the analyzing
This
this
is
stuff.
strong. So it's gonna be a fucking weekend.
Thanks, man. Ethan says he's not willing to throw somebody away easily. You threw your entire audience away, motherfucker!
Yo, you gotta stop saying Ian and Ethan because you're confusing them and you're confusing me.
iDubbbz. You're saying iDubbbz that you're not the type of person to throw an audience away or throw people away very easily. You threw an entire audience away, you fucking dipshit.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend.
We're fucking in there.
I'm spineless, I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group.
That's not what he said.
John Willikers super chatted $20. Yoko Ono ruined iDubbbz. It has been downhill ever since then.
Amen. Nope. But that is not what he said. He said you didn't speak up. It's not about following. It's about speaking up.
It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
All right, we're cooking.
In my
in
life.
there.
It's that people outside of
I'm gonna run out of fucking prayer pods, but
actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like
we have to fight Dan at least.
I mean, I don't know.
Super chatted $19.99.
Perfect pause.
Dubs really has a face for radio.
Look at the pause. Yo, viewer of 2, but we timed that perfectly. God damn.
What he's getting at here, like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type.
Wait, do I not have to pray?
Have you noticed that iDubbbz has gold teeth now because he's missing a few teeth, maybe from boxing?
Yeah. Oh no, we had to pray. That's a fucking
people
mistake.
Gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I've probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
But he did. Did you hear what he just said? He goes, people are gaslighting me by saying, I took my woke ideology to the extreme. You did! You did! Nobody's gaslighting you that. You went full retard!
Dude, Ethan Klein and more than Ethan Klein, the H3H3 podcast, because I'm talking about the employees like Starkilla and his wife and just all these, that entire show has been supporting and platforming and getting behind Creator Clash, iDubbbz and Anissa for years, and everybody fucking knows it, all right? And everybody fucking knows it. So I actually see where Ethan's coming from. Here I am fighting against these terrorist supporters of Twitch, all right? And you and your fucking wife can't say a single thing to defend us? A single fucking thing. I understand where fucking Ethan Klein and Healer are coming from.
Me too.
And if I'm iDubbbz and you think they're overreacting, sure, whatever. But when you go and make a content cop in response, then it seems like fucking Gila Klein and Ethan Klein were 100% fucking validated in that opinion that you were not a friend. You responded with a fucking content cop proving that they were
shit,
right
I might be dead here.
those feelings. You
Fuck.
Anyhow.
I'm dead. It's gonna. Oh, I'm not dead.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he
yeah, and when you guys were
Come on, bro.
experiencing a ton of harassment,
Fuck it. I gotta get out.
iDubbbz, you and Anissa experiencing a ton of
Fuck,
harassment.
man.
Who was there to defend you? Who
We
was
have to
there
fight
to
down,
platform
just-
you? Who was there to say good things about you publicly on their show? Gila and fucking Ethan Klein. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh
and
my
IDub
god.
says, he goes, I'm not supposed to fucking sell up my morals. I have to stand by
I
my
think I
morals.
just wear this,
so
though.
your
That's
morals is
everything.
to align yourself with the terrorists of Twitch?
Dude,
that's your
dude,
morals?
Listen. Okay. Look at this man. iDubbbz. Look at this man. That is not fucking you. You are a fucking drone. Your little brain and your little fucking mouth is being controlled by your stupid fucking wife who always wanted to be a popular Twitch streamer and always wanted to be one of the intellectual cool kids of Twitch. It's literally her entire Twitch history, idiot. And now you are betraying one of your oldest friends online because your wife wants to be in with the Hassan Pikers, the fucking Twitch support group. You fucking idiot. I am looking at a dead man walking. You are not alive anymore, motherfucker. You're not even fucking saying the things you're saying. It's your wife, idiot. It is your fucking wife.
You know, if you zoom out the camera just a little bit, you can see her hand entirely up his ass, moving his mouth like a fucking Muppet.
Bro, it's fucking
All
unbelievable.
right,
I can't
this
believe
is
I'm
a
watching
run.
right now. I can't believe this shit.
Refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway
I
friends,
love that.
I also
That's a
don't
cell
want
phone.
that.
He says, Ethan Klein won't call me back. Ethan Klein won't talk to me on the phone with me anymore. Yeah, motherfucker. I wonder why.
Jesus Christ.
What a self-own.
Kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's
Why do you
disgusting.
forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of
Never.
Satan?
It's disgusting.
And I
Piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement.
Nope.
They never
That's
said
to
that
be
they
fire.
disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until
Supposed
it's
to be
useful.
fire.
Like, what is it, 3 years later?
Troll.
Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time, and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time, and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it, and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys.
You know, maybe that's a good point. What do you think about that?
No opinion. I literally phased out because I can't fucking follow him anymore right now.
It just seems like, okay, if you're going to make that point, iDubbbz, right? If you're going to make that point, shouldn't you have more examples than just one? I don't know. You know, it's like, I don't know.
It's such a stupid fucking point. And most of this video is.
Yeah.
You lead with this. You lead with
I don't see the correlation, right? Because Adam McIntyre is saying the baby is the spawn of Satan or whatever in reference to Trisha, someone they're beefing with. I don't see the correlation. They were beefing with her at the time.
Yeah, in this entire section, he basically goes on to say, like, it's not my job to come out and say that I know you didn't kill your dog. It's not my job to come out and say that you take care of your child. It's not my job to defend my friend when he's being unfairly criticized. Why the fuck wouldn't it be? That would be your job. That would be one important aspect of internet friendship. When one of your friends is being unfairly criticized of poisoning their child, killing their dogs, shitting themselves, maybe you're like, it's kind of dumb.
Oh, he's gonna fucking nuke my ass.
This whole section just pisses me off.
Wing's my internet friend, right? I defended him when they were trying to say he was a PDF file, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Boogie, I've never defended you, but I've never needed to. I've never needed to.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm perfect.
Because I knew you were guilty.
True.
I just brought your racist, homophobic, scammer, fake cancer ass on my show to make money.
Right. Yeah, right. Exactly. See, and that's what friends do.
Friends. I exploited your downfalls and gave you a cut of it.
Thank you.
In this story, you know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies.
Wait.
We are the most immoral.
Why didn't that fucking work?
Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are
So
fucking
we're
keeping to
good.
themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
It's locked in finally.
For putting you in that position, Olivia, you're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything. But like, what a fucking piece of shit! What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Okay, Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting paid for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people.
I just don't understand this. Because there wasn't enough context. Olivia is friends with who? Like, I can't track this.
Olivia, I guess, is friends with Anissa and iDubbbz, and they also work for H3.
I still don't follow the point. A lot of
It's
these...
a dumb point. There's nothing to follow.
Dude, do you guys remember, like, old iDubbbz where he would upload a video and it was just funny and entertaining and you got everything that was said? Bro, this is some straight up, like, fucking high school drama shit that, like, you really have to be fucking glued into to understand. Because I know some of this stuff, but a lot of this stuff,
finally.
it gets in the weeds and I'm just lost. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, buddy.
And the other hook for the other content cops is to say, when he was doing this, like, whining and bitching about shit that I didn't really care that much about, you made it entertaining. This is just you sitting in a chair bitching. Fuck, I could do this. If this is what the internet now is, I'm back, baby.
All right, guys, to the non-members, I'm going to let you chat again once you hit 1,500 likes. Let's continue.
Hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite.
We're not even gonna get through this. Can we just skip like until there's only like,
I mean, you can skip around at random and it's still more of the just the same shit.
All right.
It's like this point here is that he's his employees are scared of him because he's the boss. Well, number one, that's true of most boss employee situations. They're a little afraid to criticize the boss. Secondly, oh, it's a hostile work environment. Everything I've heard from everybody that's ever worked with Ethan, I think the majority of it has been positive.
I don't know. It's just, what is the point? Like, literally, like, the point of this video makes no sense. The only thing that makes sense to me is his wife wants to be in good graces with the Hassan Pikers of Twitch. The political loony lefties. Like, that's it.
Exactly what it is. And he had to come in here and nitpick at the tiniest little fucking threads to make it make sense that he allied himself with the Twitch terrorist alliance.
All right, guys, we skipped 30 minutes ahead in this video. Let's just try to get to the end.
Just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play a song talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him. Because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 Goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force.
What in
If
the
goblin
fuck is going on
persistent,
here?
It can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the
Oh,
other
he's got
one,
dude.
the
That's
big one
fucking what's
dropping
his name?
probably next
Dude, I
week,
was got
my full attention is going to you,
wrecked.
George, like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making
just got
to people
rocked.
on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like,
Yo, aren't the people he's suing were like going after him like IRL?
Yes.
It's like, dude, what?
He has a pretty legitimate case. It's not like he's litigious. It's not like he sues everybody on the internet that criticizes him. He literally has picked his targets pretty fucking well.
Rain Man, welcome to Cash Cow.
like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and be
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have...
Damn. Damn. I don't know what the evidence on that is, but damn.
No, the section here, once again, just shows me how far iDubbbz has fallen, because most of the time, if you watch these clips in context of Ethan, the guy's being mostly sarcastic in these moments, I feel, and somehow iDubbbz doesn't understand comedy anymore.
Maybe.
So much less to go off of saying that.
Oh no,
anybody has about
based
Green.
on his looks. Just on his based on his looks.
Oh, based on his looks. There we go. So there's some...
Right. Sarcasm. Sarcasm. Sarcasm, iDubbbz, you fucking idiot.
Well, at least he added that context.
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
Oh wait, I'm retarded. I need the Dark Squall outfit.
Recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intention.
God, as soon as these guys got into fucking politics,
they stopped being interesting. They stopped being funny. They stopped being good. They stopped being watchable.
the fun's just gone. It's okay to have a take from time to time, but bro, where's the fun at?
Well, there's this cycle that every YouTuber gets into, and I'm not gonna lie, I fell into it a little bit myself, right? You start off goofy, fun, talking about whatever you're passionate about, enjoying yourself, your audience is enjoying it too. Then you get a platform, and then someone gets into your fucking head. In my case, it was Casey Neistat. You have a fucking responsibility to talk about the most important stuff, the right thing, the thing you believe in, and then you fucking do it, and you get upset. You get this self-importance. iDubbbz is so
Why is it sad,
self-important
dude?
now. iDubbbz is like, I have to retract my past. I have to become such a good person. No, it's fucking terrible. Eat spaghetti in a sewer. Fucking crawl around in the garbage. That's when you were funny. Do bad unboxings. Do something good.
Dude, I'm gonna fall asleep. This is so boring. Anyhow, look at this motherfucker. Is he alive? Like, look at
No.
him. Is that guy alive? I can't tell if he's like alive. Is there a heartbeat? I'm confused.
is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to,
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
he kept saying that
I
it
think
was
this
racist
will
or
work.
anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone
Cynthia
who's within
Breyer
the
super
same.
chatted $20. I just want to see a clip of Trisha crying on her kitchen floor. Those were the glory days
Right.
of YouTube.
It's okay.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
It's okay, Cynthia. That's why we brought you Becky.
If she could clean up her kitchen floor enough to be able to fit her fat ass on it.
Cynthia, I'll do you a favor. I'll shoot a text over to Mike. I'll tell him to put it in the script. Becky's crying on the kitchen floor.
Ethnic group is him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish. I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone...
God, how is fucking iDubbbz having this fucking conversation? Why did you upload this?
Once again, this entire section is him saying, why would Ethan Klein pick and choose who's allowed to be on his platform? Because he owns the fucking platform, you moron. The other thing that he says in this, I don't know if we're going to hear it or not, but he says, I don't attack people in my podcast. That's why it only gets 3,000 views, because I talk about movies like The Vampire Diaries or some shit. Oh, the reason nobody there are plenty of podcasts out there that talk about dumb shit. I listen to The Office Ladies, which is just people from The Office recapping a fucking 12-year-old television show. It's one of the most popular podcasts on the platform. You don't have to attack a goddamn person. It's the fact that people like who's on those platforms, who's on those podcasts. This show's successful because people find Keemstar to be fucking entertaining. You are not entertaining. Anise is not entertaining. Attack whoever you want. It will be boring then too.
This sucks. This is boring nonsense. Type of one in the chat if you're bored out of your mind.
Someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call...
I love that he's going so far back with the clips that Ethan is literally gaining another fucking human.
Yeah, he has to go so far back that Ethan's fat again.
He has to go so far back that Ethan's fat as fuck.
Or a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking... You're right, I call her see you next Tuesday.
By the way, this Ethan right here was, like, literally retarded. Fat Ethan was the stupidest motherfucker on the internet.
I agree. You know, I normally say, like, I miss the fat version of people. I do not miss Fat Ethan. I really don't.
Fat Ethan had mental handicaps. Skinny Ethan seems to be more equipped.
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things.
Oh my god, this is so fucking lame. They really, I was like, oh, let's have him climb through a cave a million times.
Making the argument that Ethan needs to be able to interview.
It was a good boss fight, though. I will say that. I'm guessing there's still probably one more.
I'm lost.
That H3 said, I didn't know that Hassan was as fucking far extremist as he was. And iDubbbz is making the complaint, well, you should have known. You should have known what was going on in his heart and his mind.
Okay.
You should have known that when the Middle East perked back up again, he would go full fucking extremist mode. No, how could you know that?
I think he should have known that too. I think iDubbbz's making a decent point there, but again, who cares?
I disagree.
Fucking cares?
Like, Hassan's a piece of shit, but like, who could have seen that Hassan would be that big of a piece of shit? It's wild to me.
Leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This
Do you know if you got
conversation
unlocked anything
really
cool from
started to
here,
sound some alarms in
or
my head.
not
I was
really?
already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American...
Oh, God. Did Anissa write this script?
Of course she did. Of course she did.
Those are not jokes. That's someone that's frustrated and they're extremely passionate about their political... Bro, come on.
Yeah, I hate everything
The guy's
about
a
this
fucking
video. I
grifter.
hate it all.
The guy goes up, pushes like extremist views, and gets money to do it. Are you this blind? Are you this fucking blind, Dubbies? Dubbies! I thought this was the content cop. Bro, you're busting the fucking investigation. Aren't you like a cop, right? You're writing a false report here, buddy.
Imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are, but you wouldn't.
Dude, Hassan Piker doesn't give a flying fuck at what he's saying. There's a million fucking exposed videos on Hassan Piker being a hypocrite, Hassan Piker flip-flopping, Hassan Piker just saying the most outlandish, crazy shit to get money. And you even open this content cop saying as such. Saying as such. You said a lot of these fucking people are going off and they're saying extreme stuff for clout and money. That's what he says in this fucking video, right? Yeah. Now he's saying, those aren't jokes. That's not an edgy joke. That's someone that's just frustrated. They're so passionate about the fucking issue, and they slip up and got a little bit too emotional. You're an idiot, iDubbbz. Go back.
This something just clicked in my brain. Oh my God, iDubbbz is self-reporting here.
Yes! Yes!
He's literally saying that everything old iDubbbz said, he meant it. He meant it. If you don't understand the concept
Grievous
of
Demise super
bullshitting
chatted
on the internet
$20.
for clout,
Wasn't
then it
his
means you
nickname the
meant
content
it.
cuck? All I know about Piker is Sam Hyde yelling about OC Ming OT his house.
iDubbbz? This is a complete self-destruct, self-owned video. You're a fucking idiot. I cannot believe you let your wife and her need to be a part of this Twitch clique. Like, I can't believe you allowed her to produce this, to make this shit. There's no way.
You don't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance where like, hey, we, you know, Displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, like he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that.
Oh my God, this is all so pointless. I can't even follow. I can't follow.
I can't even pay attention anymore.
Dude, listen.
This is my second time watching this, and I can't even follow it. It's so goddamn boring.
iDubbbz, make a clear point to the audience. Don't talk in circles. Don't try to be this fucking high IQ fucking. You gotta find the Easter eggs in what I'm saying to understand me, bro.
$19.99. Is it a coincidence that Content Cop came out on Sam Hyde's birthday lol?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
That's why we all thought it was going to be the Sam Hyde episode, you know?
But guys, here's the good news. There's only 9 minutes left. There's only 9 minutes left. So let's see how this fucking bullshit ends.
They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun, and Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you've got like white guys like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing.
Okay, by the way, Love Saba means like Jewish. Right?
Still don't understand any of that. I'm not tuned in to like this set of politics.
Okay, I'm trying to think of what it is. It's like a dip or something that the Jewish people eat.
Yeah. So you can get it in every Walmart. It is a brand of a hummus. It is like the Walmart brand of hummus. It's not good to eat, but it'll do in a pinch. That's what it's considered.
So the joke here is, are you, an Arab or are you a Jewish? Bad. Arab good, Jewish bad.
Right. Bingo.
That's literally what they're saying. Everybody gets it, right? Let me guess. iDubbbz doesn't get it?
Oh, he definitely does not get it.
Well, let me guess.
I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because
Cynthia
it's not
Breyer
like they have massive representation.
$20. Boogie, will you go ding dong ditch your neighbors for us? Pretty please.
When we get done with this bullshit, this boring bullshit, we'll have about 30 minutes left in the show. We'll do something entertaining. We'll figure it out.
I promise you.
Or wait, guys, call into the show, go into members waiting. As soon as we're done with this, we're going to bring you on, and you must do a stunt for our entertainment. Let's make the fans entertain us, for fuck's sake. It's been a rough week, okay? It's been a rough week. We'll come back tomorrow with some hits.
On the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? We're at the top.
Why
It
is
says
this not
Jewish.
working?
It's
Am
a
I
tier list based on
fucking
Arab to
retarded
Jew.
here?
He's Arab, which is good.
Rick
That's the best thing you can
Sanchez
be on this.
super chatted $19.99. Free Mr. Based. Josh sucks solo. Girth over length fee Mr. Based. Trisha Paytas was the best part of H3. Mr. Based is a content hero. Free based and free based mode. Absolutely free him. Put the fries in the boogie.
Please, for Lord Jesus, just fucking work.
This is racist. I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's...
I want to skip this because I don't want to get dinged.
He doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking sabra, and that sucks.
Oh my God, this is the fucking point that he's making? He's defending the list because other people eat hummus?
Yes.
Why are you not understanding? Like, it's iDubbbz. Do not try to talk away this joke and gaslight us. That's retarded. That is so retarded. The joke was literally Arab Jew. That was the joke, all right? Whether you think it's funny, whether you think it's offensive, whatever, right? Don't defend it. You sound like a fucking idiot.
That's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier.
Why is this in the content cop?
I have no.
I'm just so fucking confused. This is.
You know what would have been really entertaining in this part, iDubbbz? It would have been entertaining in this part where if you went into a sewer and ate hummus to prove the point, and you like fucking flaked clackers at the beach and done literally anything entertaining, then at least you could have been entertaining while you were also dumb.
Dude, him and his wife, iDubbbz and his wife, Anissa, are just sitting there. They're like, bro, what else could we put in this content cop? I know. Let's defend the hummus. Yeah. Let's defend the hummus in the content cop. God, this is bad. 20 gifted members coming from Russ Cheney. He's a big Russ fan. Russ is an independent rapper that makes so much money. God, that guy makes money. Because he's all independent, no label.
Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus. Oh, you hate Jews then?
And Arabs. Yeah. This is racist. Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have.
But it was, bro. How the fuck could you ever, iDubbbz, convince the million people that are gonna watch this content cop that that's not what they were going for? How?
Can't. You literally can't.
How? You're an idiot. Like, this might be the weakest argument in this entire fucking thing.
There's some pretty weak ones.
Jesus Christ.
That discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and
can I just point out? I would like to point out during this entire content cop, iDubbbz, a YouTuber,
just quick hop,
right? A legendary YouTuber
has been defending
right-click on the druid pouch and
Twitch
Oh, I'm fucking retarded. I ain't him.
Let me say this again, all right? A YouTuber, legendary YouTuber from the golden days, has been defending Twitch streamers through this entire video.
Yep.
iDubbbz is not a Twitch streamer, but you know who is and who's always inspired to be one? His fucking wife!
Exactly.
His fucking wife! His fucking wife!
Oh,
holy shit! Like, do you not understand? I can see right through you. I can see right through you.
it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle, and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in the PowerPoint?
Dude,
I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my god!
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no big drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person? Now that you've been...
Guys, there's only 5 minutes left. I know everyone's getting impatient, but there is literally only 5 minutes left of this.
...inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation.
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just...
So it had to have already dropped.
Apology as I see it, without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person, and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official...
Pause it. He literally went to this guy who did the innocuous thing of rating something Ethan Klein did well with a positive rating, an apology video, and tried to get him to backtrack on the rating, and the guy's like, no, why would I do that? And then he included it in the video!
You're a loser. You are a fucking loser. iDubbbz? Only a loser would do that. Like that, you're a fucking loser.
Truly.
Who would do that? I don't understand it.
Edit this part out.
Next,
I'm
go
so
into any
confused.
tunnel and use your druid pouch on any of the druid spirits. They will drop a herb
This
and a
entire
secondary.
video is just
Do so 8 times.
iDubbbz racking up L's for himself, and then he hit
there will also
upload
be
on
an
it.
altar.
I don't understand.
If you inspect the altar, it will say what kind of
iDubbbz, when you
herbal potion
boxed,
ingredients
I
you will
was
need to use.
genuinely proud of you, right? You're going in there, you're taking big hits, but you're like a dog, bro. You don't give up. You fight, right? But there's something I noticed in your boxing matches is you don't have the killer in you. You don't have the fucking winner in you. It's missing.
Ah, here it is.
It was
Okay.
like, in your
Dude,
boxing
I'm like, I
matches,
know I
it seemed
fucking
like
got
you
this shit.
wanted to get hit in the head. Not that you want to win, not that you want to knock the other guy out. It seemed like you wanted to get beat up in that ring, right? Like,
seems like the same goddamn thing in this video. It seems like his wife, through her manipulative tactics, has taught him, you're a bad person. You used to say the N-word. You must suffer forever.
You are submissive, and it's weird. And it's been like this for a while. Like, I don't know where the man is. I don't know where the fucking, like, where's the man? Where is the man in the body? It's like missing.
The man died on the day that Anissa took his virginity.
I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Is he like...
All right, now we have to hunt down the white
transforming?
berries.
Is he taking like estrogen shots? Like, what is going on?
It looks like it a lot of the times. It really does. Like, look, even his face right there. He looks like the shell of the man he used to be.
I'm lost.
Official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's...
Yeah, but this is not it.
Yeah.
This is not it. This is embarrassing.
No.
Very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is...
Okay. Ethan deserves all the criticism he's getting. Do you know who's giving him the criticism? The fucking Twitch terrorist supporters!
Yes.
Yeah, you're saying, iDubbbz, the Twitch terrorist supporters have a right to criticize Ethan, and then you put them in your video. I don't fucking get this.
Is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey
Boss
to leave behind.
happens.
Notice how they put his name.
Yeah, I'm not running
Sean
back.
the
I'm
Black.
simply gonna
He's-
quickly
what?
hop
I'm-
worlds.
There's so.
And let's make our
what?
way back
Is-
to the center, just south of the green stand.
don't-
There will
They had to put
running
his
back.
name. We don't know
I'm
who this
simply
guy
gonna
is.
Quickly
No,
hop
but
worlds.
he's literally the black guy.
And let's make our way back to the center, just south of the green stand. There will be a small stone circle table. Inspect it. Say yes to place all the 8 dolmens at once. Once we have unlocked the second and the final boss room at the southern part, let's make our way to the bank to prepare. For the final boss fight, let's deposit everything once again, the inventory and the equipment. What we will still need is the sapphire lantern, as well as all 3 combat styles. The boss is weakest to heavy ranged ammo, so for ranged I'm going to be using bolt. The boss is also weakest to crush, so I'm going to be using a mace or an anchor or a bludgeon as a melee weapon. And magic, it doesn't really matter what kind of magic you use, so I'm going to be using a trident of the swamp. And lastly is also 4 super restore potions. You could defeat the boss by taking absolutely 0 damage, but therefore you will need to be able to prayer flick perfectly at all times. If the boss happens to attack you while you are off prayer, it can deal up to 89 damage. And the amount of damage that it has dealt you also gets removed from your prayer points and all your other stats.
Jesus Christ. Wait, do I not have any void armor? Void knight armor. Did I get rid of it? There's no way I got rid of it, bro. Right? There's no way. Oh, you know what? I bet you it's at the fucking, no, because then why wouldn't I have the helmet, right? Motherfucker. Let's go to Lumbridge. Maybe it's like at this office or some shit. Just trying to think, where would I have had it at? No, it's not in there. Let's check the Vorkath area. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've died since then, so it's probably just gone. But I don't remember how you got there. Like, unless I don't have it at all, right? That's where it's got to be at. Tunes of a Masket. 100%. How to get to TOA. I think I have like the Ferroceptor. I don't have the Ferroceptor. Although if I did, I'm not sure how I wouldn't have lost my weapon too though. So maybe I did just lose it. I just don't know where I would have lost my void armor. I don't want to do the grind again. I know that for sure. Shit was not fun. Motherfucker. There's only one other place it could have been, and I technically was at it. And that is fucking... What's it called? What's the damn rate? How to get to rate 1. No, it's just a butterfly net. Oh, no way, dude. Dude, where? Dude, did I really lose it? Dude, that's fucking so sad. This is like depressing. Alright, well, so much for that.
So, before...
So we need 3 combat styles. So, let's just fucking... I'm using these 3 for sure, right? That's happening. Don't think I need water runes. We're definitely bringing this, and this. I think we're gonna bring a Carol's top. Want as little swaps as humanly possible. Okay. I won't need the staff. So, if I'm rocking this, how are my stats looking? I think fine. So we'll just keep these 2. Maybe bring like a cape swap. Yeah, we'll bring a cape swap for both styles. Is it imbued? It is imbued, okay. Okay, that'll go here. We'll need restores. Bring 1 super combat.
Before we go, let's drink a Cerebrew and Super Restore to gain some extra HP and defense levels, then a magic potion, a ranged potion, attack potion, and strength potion. And the rest of the inventory should be some good food. If you think you are ready, let's make our way back to Tears of Gothics. Make sure that you bring your Sapphire Amulet. Make our way back to
Sapphire Amulet. Oh, it must be in a lantern. I don't think he means an amulet.
Moldova, and let's use our Sapphire Lantern on any of the nearby light creatures. Oh, there's a left click option now? Easy game. Select option 2 to go back into the abyss.
I wonder if I should be bringing the doesn't matter.
Let's make our way back to the Herblore part of this quest and go to the boss room south of it.
Oh, I should have brought. Nah, I'll just go back. I need to bring my fucking gloves. I'm bringing these like an asshole.
Once you're in the Gothic temple, let's inspect the brazier. You get 100% energy, and let's run south. Keep running south until a cutscene starts. After the cutscene, the boss will immediately attack with ranged.
Alright, so we're starting with ranged prayer.
Now, I suggest, since the boss is pretty weak to ranged, to deal most damage using ranged and maybe ruby bolt specs. Up until today, the boss is still attacking with ranged. If it is orange, light blue, then it is magic. If the boss is white, then it attacks you with melee. Pray accordingly. That is your #1 priority and the most important thing to do. If it is orange, pray ranged. If it is light blue, pray magic. If it is white, pray melee. Secondly, you can attack back and try to defeat the boss. First pray, then heal, drink a potion, or attack back. If you need some more time, you could use the Stone of Jazz as a safe spot.
I don't understand then why you need to swap it all. Oh, it's because he prays. Okay. I think I probably could have just ran in 2 styles, but oh, he does double style. Okay, so it's basically like it's gonna be easy, right? Am I tripping? I mean, I guess famous last words, but. Alright, so that's ranged, blue's magic, and then white's melee. The fuck? Okay, that's what it is. I didn't bring a prayer pod though. Ah, he's gonna hit me. Yeah. What? Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. We're in there though. I get the just fight's pretty straightforward, so we're chilling.
He's the one black guy. Ian knows the black guy. He's Sean the black guy.
He's Sean the Black.
As you gotta be proud and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein.
Who the fuck
I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that.
Pause it. Pause it. Scroll back to what Matt is saying here and put it at 1.0. Please, please. This is so important.
1.0?
This is so important.
Okay.
Journey to leave behind the empty as you gotta be proud and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Tell me what.
Ethan Klein.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to stop?
Listen, he's gonna play it right now.
Okay.
I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter.
What?
Yes, that is true of Ethan. It is true that when Ethan is being lighthearted and goofy and silly, that's when he's at his best. iDubbbz, Matt is talking to you too. Matt is talking to you too. That's the iDubbbz everybody misses. Get that fucking whore's hand out of your ass and go back to being a goddamn entertainer.
He's just gonna say, Boogie, stop gaslighting me. Why is Boogie gaslighting me right now? That's what they use these terms instead of actually having conversations.
I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. HJ used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I am.
No one
You're one of the
cares.
inspirations for me.
No one cares.
You know,
how's it gonna end?
Worse for them. And I have been kind of slipping.
Wait, was he crying at the end? What the fuck? Hold on.
The estrogen really got him crying.
Wait, what? He's crying?
And fighting it, you know, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he's fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, like.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I turned it off by now.
We missed.
The estrogen has really done a number on this guy.
We missed the whole crying thing. He cried to the therapist about Ethan.
And then he uploaded it. He wanted us to make fun of it. He wants us to make fun of him. Why? Why?
I mean, granted, just yesterday I was crying on the show, but you know, my pet died.
Yeah, it's a very different thing. He's crying over Ethan and Hila. I love them so much, but they disagree with me a little bit. They don't agree with the Muslim terrorist of fucking Twitch.
Chat is saying, please box this guy. Boxing takes a long time to learn, and iDubbbz already has like what, 3 or 4, maybe 4 years of like, dude. If me and iDubbbz were to box, he probably would beat me at this point. We're way different in weight classes, but he's so far ahead. But you never know. But I wouldn't do it either. I'm old. I'm fucking just old.
It's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been.
What? He's telling the therapist when people attack his partner, when he defends him, sometimes it makes it worse. Every time it made it worse, iDubbbz. This is crazy. Why is this in the video? This is wild.
And kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up. A feeling of almost infallibility that I can take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Okay.
Thal super chatted $20. Keen, can I get unbanned PLS?
No, motherfucker. We DM'd you, and we told you, hey, you know, get these certain people, Voldemort's, off your friends list and get on their servers, and you told the moderators to go fuck off. So they fucked off, and they're not coming back. Sorry, Nate. Anyhow. What was I gonna say? Oh, we got people in waiting that are gonna entertain us. There's nobody.
Yes, thank God.
There's
please.
literally nobody in waiting to entertain us. Angie, upload. You're live on the show. Jesus fucking Christ. Mr. Snow Miser, you're live on the show. Bro, we don't get call-ins anymore.
Yeah, I'm dead inside. I'm dead inside.
We got
this
the number one
killed our
show.
audience. This killed the show. This episode. This is the one.
No, we just don't get call-ins anymore. Have you noticed that? Nobody calls into our show anymore. Because listen, when they call into like Milkers and all these other shows, they talk to them and they leave them on there for a long time. As soon as these people call in, they get boring. I kick them out, right? So now people are like, well, fuck, I ain't going up there. Keem might think I'm boring.
Yeah, but they'll literally fucking set on Milkers for 20 minutes being boring as fuck because they'll fill the dead airtime.
I wonder what's in our docket, because this wasn't in our docket. Well, maybe we have something good in our docket.
I put some AI generated photos in the docket that are really good, I think.
There's a bunch of reactions to the content cop. Should we watch them?
Yes, please.
We might as well just do that since this is the theme of the show.
I also do want to see what people in fucking chat have to say. Like, if you don't want to come onto the show, let us know via donation. I want to hear what you have to say.
All right, so this is what Hassan Piker said.
Bloomberg article written by a fantastic reporter basically revealed all of this targeted Gamergate style brigading, this relatively sophisticated brigading campaign.
Okay, this guy's just a fucking idiot. He's using all the Gamergate style of brigading. He's only using that term Gamergate to get the journalists to write more articles, because journalists
yes,
are
11 years later, Gamergate. Let's mention Gamergate. 11 years later.
This is why this guy doesn't believe anything he's saying. It's literally a grift. Hassan Piker is a grift. He's using terms like Gamergate to then get the fucking journalists riled up to then write articles
Monty
about this.
Hebert
Like,
super chatted $20. Pretty sad how far iDubbbz has fallen. Even the racist PPP and Andy Worski at Kino Casino get W's on him. Just sad, pensive face.
Here we go.
Then they had to delete all this shit. And there wasn't a moment where I was like, I'm being gang stalked. You know what I mean? I didn't fucking run around and lose my goddamn mind. I just kept my head down and just kept doing what I do. Which is ironic because that's what I wanted Ethan to do from the beginning.
okay. That just seems like a cuck.
Here.
Gamers Asylum with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Here's Asmongold.
This together. Oh yeah, this is gonna get people mad at him because these are like all the like left-wing political people on Twitter. That's gonna get.
Holy shit.
Asmongold. Say Twitch terrorist supporters. Twitch terrorist supporters. Sad Asmongold. Say the right stuff.
Get people really pissed off. Why is he doing a 4?
Oh, I can save spot. Hey, let's go see spot.
Wait, what?
Okay. Okay, we get the reaction. That's how we were too. Willie Mack is saying it's trash. Grievous
Look at all
Demise.
these
Thank you
thickness
for the
stuff. There's five more. Goddamn.
Yeah, we might hit 100 new
Troy
members
Speaks
tonight.
Japanese super chatted $19.99. Random dono to once again thank Keem for bringing on $1 weed. I legit feel represented. Also, daily reminder that Boogie is not a real narcissist. He literally never brags about being a literal YouTube legend. Mount Rushmore.
By the way, I know representation is important to certain people. I do not hire anyone based on their fucking race. I do not hire anyone. Well, I do hire people based on their gender now that I think about it, because of Queens, you know. Yeah, I have
Well, you
done
kind of
that.
have to, right? Like if you're running Hooters, you can't put men at the waitress spots.
But I do not hire people based on their race. I hired one Buff Weed because I think the guy's pretty entertaining. So far, he's been a pretty good fit for the show. Willie Mack said, not gonna lie, even if the vid turns out to be trash, it's just hype to see him make another one.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can say about this. Well, I guess it's better than nothing.
Isn't that weird? We knew this was gonna suck, but we felt like we had to react to it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's like going to a funeral for a friend, right? Like this is the end of Content Cop. This is how it died, right here.
Yep. Here's that scene again. This is going viral on Twitter.
I want to see the dynamic of
I thought it was gonna be like a pushover because they gave so much stats, but those bitches hurt. Those bitches smack.
people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense.
Jeez.
All right, we did it though. Let's go.
Oh my God.
That's the last hard quest.
So
that's
brutal. Okay, I know what we can do.
Unfinished, right?
Bear with me 2 seconds.
By the way, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people
Power Age
waiting.
1986 super chatted $20.12. Giving this to be nice to Keem and Boogie. Have a good one, gents.
Well, thank you so much. And anyone donating, we truly appreciate you. I have to pull up a different...
What are Duradale's notes? Duradale's
notes.
notes.
Different browser here. What the fuck? Hold on. What is going on? I'm so confused. All right.
Yeah.
Go, Boogie. You just talk for a second. I got to do something.
Yeah, you do that. At the end of the day, I still hold out hope that one day iDubbbz will get a divorce. That's what it really comes down to. I don't hold out hope that he can be entertaining with the albatross that is a Nisa wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. I don't think it's possible that it will ever get an
Japanese super chatted $19.99. I know you don't, Keem, but I am still allowed to be proud to be represented. Boogie, you're gonna get this glazing. I want to hear you admit you're one of the GOATs.
I am one of the first people on YouTube. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay, I'm done. All right, guys, I have an important announcement to make. All right. During the camping trip, this little lady was a lot of help and offered to help a ton of people at, at Fat Camp. And since then, she's been almost on every single show, calling in, intertwined with multiple things. One person who she truly hates, she even offered to make thumbnails for last night, and that was Glammy Lammy.
Wow.
And the person that offered to make Glammy Lammy's thumbnails was Xylee Gets Real. The person who's been calling into every show as the wartime reporter is Xylee Gets Real, and the person that even offered to drive Becky back and forth from her cabin at Fat Camp was Xylee Gets Real. And for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, the employee of the month is Xylee Gets Real. Yeah. All right, let me get the post up there real quick. Let me go to announcements.
You know,
I
if anybody deserved it, it's fucking Xylee this month. You're 100%. You nailed it this time. Wow.
And publish, and let me share it to our Discord on main. There we go. All right, we're back. That's done.
Hell yeah.
All right. Now let's do these call-ins. Aaron.
Troy Speaks Japanese super chatted $19.99. Boogie, I paid $20 for you to drop the humble act. Give me 5 minutes of you being honest about your impact on YouTube.
5 minutes. I can't do 5 minutes, but I'll give you 30 seconds. Look, I was one of the very first people on the platform, and I helped pave the way. I was making YouTube videos before there was even a partner program, just for the love of the goddamn platform. I was at every fucking VidCon for 6 years in a row. I was at every YouTube event. I got flown out with Casey Neistat, fucking Justine, fucking James Charles, the top of the goddamn crop. I was right there with every single one of them. And yeah, I made my mistakes. I fucked up. I stopped uploading.
Oh my God, female Durgill.
But at the end of the day, I'm a piece of shit that was at the top of the fucking game. A lot of people would beg to be where I was when I fell off. You'll never even reach my bottom point.
Aaron,
bitches.
Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
What up? What up? What up?
What's going on? You're here to entertain us. Where's your camera?
Hold on 1 second.
What's going on?
You spelled employee wrong.
So?
That's kind of dog shit. Fucking.
Why won't my fucking camera turn on?
Okay. Boring. Bobcat, what do you got for us? Bobcat!
Bombo
God, I hate call-ins. I hate fucking call-ins, bro. Bobcat, what's up?
This is why nobody calls in, because you yell at them. You tell them how bad they are.
You bring them in, they don't fucking talk. They don't turn off their mic. They don't turn off their fucking camera. What's going on, bro? You got a camera?
I do not have a camera. I'm broke.
Okay, how can we help you?
I've been listening to this iDub shit.
These are all short quests.
The original
Just
like bad
start knocking
unboxing
'em out.
content cop shit, and the whole Leafy drama was funny as shit. I don't think that he is capable anymore of making that edgy content, or he'll be fucking cucked by his bitch wife.
Yeah, not as long. And forget even edgy content. He can't make good content. It always has to be self-flagellating bullshit. It's got, I'm the worst. I used to be the worst. I said the N-word. I'm the worst.
Well, he comes from that era of the internet where everybody said that shit, but he's one of the few people on the internet that actually like feels like some moral obligation to apologize for some reason.
Yeah, it was just shit. Thank you, Bobcat. Daredevil, you're live on the show.
Hello?
What's going on?
Hi. One moment. Let me drag myself down here so I can turn on my camera.
Lucy Fina, thank you for the one gifted. What do you got for us?
Hi. First of all, I'm the person who animated that thing, Rikaru. And I want to say, is it okay I crash out at Eric? Because I'm still pretty fucking mad at him.
Yeah,
you know?
What do you got for Eric?
Is Eric around?
Eric, get in
one,
here.
he's a big scammer. Get in here, Eric! I got some words to say to you.
Eric
right
is a
now,
goddamn
sir.
scammer for sure.
I want to crash out on him because I'm really disappointed in him.
All right, let's get Eric in here.
I'm a nice girl and all that, but I got some words for that boy. Listen
Eric.
here, that animation I did for you, I did it by myself. And mind you, I work an 8 to 3:30 job working with special needs kids, which is very exhausting, all right? I put that whole month while you guys were at Fat Camp working on that thing. That boy had since, what, January to work on that little Lego animation of you? And he let a big ego go to his head.
You made that video we reviewed?
Yeah, I'm making another one right now.
Dude, you crushed on that. That was amazing. It's like the
Thank
intro.
you.
It's the intro, and you did the cartoons in the background. Oh, everybody loved that. Yeah, get his ass.
Thank you. And I
So you-
appreciated everyone coming by and liking it and stuff.
So now, wait a
I'm
second,
making
you
another
said-
one because I want to work with you with it. I have friends who can help me animate. We're collaborating.
You said you work with special needs kids, right?
Yeah. So when you were saying you're autistic, I was pretty mad about that, Boogie.
Well, so what you're basically saying is you might be able to help Eric get his goddamn Minecraft or Lego shit done.
You
Because he special needs his shit
You
right
need to
now.
make
Can't even
locale
finish
short
his
bus.
own
Let me
Lego
tell
video.
you. You need to make locale short bus. Let me tell you. Because seriously, how stupid are you? You literally on the spot gave him the job. You gave him the golden ticket, and he only has to stream 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day, 3 if he has to do his meetings.
True.
And what? You couldn't even show any photo progress in the Discord. He's always calling into the shows.
I bought him a desk. I bought him a whole desk, and I didn't even get my video.
Bruh, you bought him Legos. Legos ain't cheap. And you know what else? Like, he called into your show how many times when he could have been working on the project, and you're here paying him to be on Nerds. You were scammed. And that I did that. You know that Dono I did that day. I was just so mad he had some nerve talking about this person should be fired, bro. This person should be fired because they don't put in a lot of work on the show. But what did he do? He could have been doing all that shit on Nerds.
I agree.
And listen, I'm someone who's very respectable. I'm nice, don't get me wrong. But when I'm mad at just the most dumbest shit like that, girl.
All right. Daredevil, I want you to hang. Oh, wait, Eric's here.
You.
Eric, you there?
Mama's boy.
Give me a minute here.
Give you a minute. You had 3 months.
Oh my god.
Show me the Legos.
Eric, what did you do?
Where's the Legos, boy? Where they at?
I got
Show
base
me
plate.
them right now. Eric.
RZ the Legend super chatted $19.99.
No.
Keem, let this be lesson. Pay people after they provide a service, not before. Eric was a lesson. Don't forget it.
Eric, I'm gonna tell you something here.
Eric, this girl wants to talk to you.
I'm gonna tell you something here, man. Listen, you went on Nerds Talking Law Smack. You let an ego get to you, man. Yeah, you simped over Zay. What you gotta do? You gotta bust your balls right now, dude. You gotta bust them, all right?
Eric, are you crying?
I'm gonna tell you this from the
No,
heart.
I'm kind of stressed right now.
What are you stressed over?
The
beautiful
whole Lego
annoying
thing.
Because we're Lord of Dread, that's fucking great. Okay. I don't want to try.
Okay, well, talk to us. Talk to us. Don't bury your face. Just talk to us.
Okay, if I may explain, I did got some base plates for the stop motion video. I made some progress. That's like okay. So basically, what I'm gonna tell you guys is this: because everything got fucked up with Wayne's and Twiggy, I'm gonna be doing something short and simple. It's gonna be the Boogie versus Keemstar or food fight.
Good.
Oh, this looks like a long quest.
So it should have been all time.
Shit.
Eric, there was an episode. I don't remember which episode.
Are you gonna throw Callie on the table in Legos?
Possibly.
He just suggested that to you. You should do it. Eric, listen to me. All right? I'm mad at you, but I want to make sure you don't do anything crazy because I don't know exactly how tough skin you are, but you are a scammer. Right now, you need to bust your balls, show photos, because it's a stop animation. You are taking photos while you're doing this, correct?
Yeah,
So
I know.
why could you not show any proof? Proof of the table? Proof of the
Look.
Legos?
To tell you guys the truth,
Yes,
when I
be
got kicked out
honest.
of my old apartment like last year, I lost all of my Legos.
That's fine.
And I'm still in the process of rebuilding everything.
Keem sent you money to buy new Legos.
I know he did. I know. It's just.
Eric, can I give you a pep talk real quick? Let me help you, Eric. Okay. We've all made mistakes. People in this room, I've made mistakes. I made the most of them. But here's the thing. We can't beat ourselves up for the mistakes that we have made. We can just choose to be better people right now, today. And that's what I think you can do, Eric. I think you can throw yourself 100% into this project starting right here, right now. Fuck the past. Maybe you were a scammer in the past. Maybe you couldn't get it done in the past. But let's figure out how Eric can get it done starting right now.
Yes,
right
Keem,
now.
say it.
Did
not
That's
deserve
what I want
this.
from you,
I
boy.
did not deserve this. All right, I was good. I was generous. I was nice.
Exactly.
I even
You
gave
gave him the golden ticket.
I gave you the money. I gave you the desk. I gave you the Legos. I gave you a job, Eric.
Yes. You can do this, dude. Listen, you still have the host role, right? So
Yes,
right
I do.
now, don't say you're making it for the fans. You are commissioned. Right now, what you should be doing, not being in this dark room. First of all, it's not good for you. You're already peril and shit, okay?
Yeah, I'm
Take
playing to
some
get
deep
myself
breaths
alive.
right now. Look at me. Take some deep breaths. All right. Give yourself a little slap, slap. There you go. Slap that bitch out, you boy. Slap that bitch out, you boy. There you
Okay,
go.
I got that.
All right. Give yourself a shake. Do you have any Legos that you actually bought or no? It's okay if you did it. Just go buy them now. Okay?
Okay. I do got a question though.
Yes.
If I do manage to get this done, what would my award be?
Who knows? Make it a surprise and find out. Just like you surprised Keemstar.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
The money. You
You're
got
curious?
paid to do
You
the
got
job.
money?
The reward is the money you already have.
You are doing a commission for him, kid. I forgot how old you are, honestly. That's why I'm trying to be gentle, but still scolding you because you needed it, honestly. And again, I don't know how sensitive you are, because I don't want you to do anything in Minecraft if you catch my drift.
Daredevil, stop.
You know, I think there's a way I can get there this
Why
way.
would you get an award?
I don't know. I was curious. I just.
The reward will be, Eric, we will believe in you again. We will trust you again. We will love you again the way we always have. We will celebrate your victory along with you when you get this done. That's the reward.
I got a better idea. Why don't you just send me the money back?
Okay.
Yeah, just send me the money back, and then you don't have to worry about the video.
Okay.
Will you, if he gets it done after sending the money back, if he gets it done, will you pay him the money again?
No.
Okay.
No, I have no confidence he'll make the video.
Then keep the money and do the video, Eric. Keep the money and do the video.
No.
Keep the fucking money.
No, I want a refund. I want a refund.
Just because it's a little bit late.
It's like,
I
you're
want
trying
a
to give you the
refund.
benefit of doubt, my boy. Seriously.
I want a
And
refund.
here she comes. Okay, hold on.
Oh.
T-Rex Vicarious super chatted $20.
Yeah, hi, Keem.
Dan Eric.
Give me the information. I will give you that money. Not next week because I don't have it, but I will give it to you my next paycheck.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Like I said, like Eric was telling you, we lost everything last year. Okay, that includes all his goddamn Legos. I worked paycheck. I live paycheck to fucking paycheck.
Okay.
Barely making ends meet. So no, I don't have the goddamn money to go constantly buy Legos. Okay?
Okay.
What's that stupid look for, Bogey?
What?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of your. I'm getting sick of certain attitudes.
Open your boy up. I was telling him to keep the fucking money and do the video. You coming at me? Come at me then, bitch. Fuck you and your boy then. I was hyping your boy up before you put them headphones on. Fuck you and fuck your boy then.
Gladly.
Yeah, miss, we were actually trying to be nice to Eric and trying to figure out what was the easiest way to get things done. And mind you, he was sent the money this year to do it.
Yes, and
that's the thing.
I will,
just...
I will send the money back next week. Okay.
Troy speaks
the
Japanese
20
super chatted
it's gonna have to actually
$19.99.
be the 30th.
I just want
Okay?
all the trolls in the chat to know that
Yep,
as much
1
as
minute.
it's fun to troll Boogie today, he had over a decade of holding the gaming section of YouTube in a vice grip. The purely keen fans don't know his history. Rant.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, it's taken way too long, and I've sent even more money, right, to get the Legos and to replace the stuff that was missing.
When? When?
January.
I think it was in January. I don't remember.
Look, I have to ask this because chat's asking me to ask you. Did you take the money? Did you spend that money?
Yeah, we got it for we used what money he did get for the table that the desk that he's using right now.
And that's all you spent it on? The rest of that money's still there in his bank account, then why can't you send it back?
I don't know.
Why you gotta wait till next paycheck if you didn't spend that money?
Because one, I don't know how much you fucking sent him. Okay?
I don't know how much.
I do not know how much money he has. Okay?
Shaft super chatted $19.99. Boogie hit with the friendly fire is crazy.
What?
Madonna super chatted $20. Keem got scammed and nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
True.
I cared.
Well, I got a question. Has the video actually started? Were the pictures taken of the Legos? Or is there still no Legos in the house?
Okay. The Legos we have. This, unfortunately, is the amount of the Legos that we have, okay?
That's all the Legos?
That looks like a vape.
Because, unfortunately, my bills don't revolve around the goddamn Legos. Okay?
What's your bills got to do with it? Why didn't the money we sent get spent on it?
Because I don't know how much you sent him.
I think you do. I think you do. I think you know
You
exactly.
paid him when he was on Nerds, right?
I guarantee you fucking did. I know you. You spent every dime. I know you did, Mama.
Okay.
You come at me, I'll come at you.
Well, on what? On what? What did I spend it on? Then?
I don't fucking know what you fucking spend your money
Well,
on.
if you know what I spent.
Figure I don't
having
fucking
a mental
know.
break over a Lego video you got paid for. You have had so long to do it.
All right, so here's what I remember, and I could be wrong. We sent money for the desk, sent money for Legos, and then he worked here, so he should be getting like a paycheck, right? Or maybe that hasn't went out yet. I don't know.
The only money I know he ever received was for the desk. That is the only and his.
Eric, when did you
paycheck
start?
From,
Eric, when did you start working on Nerds? Like, what month was that? Do you remember?
when did you start working here? Didn't you? Wasn't it like?
I started work around February.
Well, then you should have
Like
got it.
mid-February.
Well, if you started working mid-February, you should have got a paycheck on the 1st.
Yeah. Excuse me for a minute. I'm dealing with.
Are you sure you didn't start on March 1st?
I am pretty sure I didn't start on March 1st.
Plus Della
Okay,
super
well,
chatted
if you worked in February, you should have had a paycheck.
Keem sent over $500 for the desk, chair, and Legos.
Okay.
That's true.
And then gave him a job.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's okay. Then I am right. I do remember this right.
Eric, they want to know: did she take that money and spend it, or did you spend it?
No, I spent it on the desk.
That must have been the expensive desk
desk?
from camp.
No, the
Shit.
desk was only 100 or 200, right?
Yeah, it was, and it's like, I'm sorry, guys.
Eric,
I
how much
really
money-
am sorry.
Wait, Eric, how much money did I send you? I can't remember. Was it?
I think it was 300.
Yeah, I seem to
Minimum
remember.
300, top 500. Either way, that's.
I think it was 300 because the desk was 200 and it was $100 towards the Legos.
Yeah.
I think it was.
And
John J.
And-
super chatted $20. It's okay, Eric. You messed up, Eric. Just move past it. Pensive face,
Honestly.
pensive face, pensive face.
Take some deep
pensive
breaths again,
face.
boy.
You had to have started. You had to have. If you haven't got a paycheck for work yet, that
Zato
means you
Kaiba
started in
super
March.
chatted $20. Eric's mama got cake starter only F at NS like iDubbbz wife.
All right.
Peach fork and knife
she-
with plate
she's
peach
back.
call me hand medium
tell her.
skin tone. Okay, hand
We-
medium
So you can
skin
tell her
tone.
yourself, thank you.
We gotta go.
Scary
We
Dark
gotta go
Places
because it's
super
8.
chatted
So we gotta end the
$20.
show.
She spent
So
it
we'll
trying
talk
to
tomorrow.
scout
We'll
Pokemon
talk tomorrow,
cards from
and we'll
Target
figure it
and
out,
Costco.
okay?
You got this, Eric. Everything gonna be all right. I'll talk to you guys
Gonna
soon.
be
King.
all right. All right. See you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the show. Unfortunately, things got
Well, that's
fun
a
and
first. I've
interesting
never
right
seen it
at the
crash
tail
before.
end, and now we got to end because we decided to react to the content fucking dud.
But hey, it is what it is. Tomorrow we'll have a good show. We'll get all the receipts for Eric and the video, and we'll bring that to the forefront, and we'll explore where the fuck that's going on tomorrow's show. Plus, we'll have other topics to talk about throughout the community and other things that need to be addressed. All that will be available for you tomorrow. Guys, thanks for tuning in to this fucking L of a show. We'll have a good one tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Just give me a call.
The one shot a week for Mythic Plus wouldn't seem so bad. It wouldn't. I don't know. Either way, I think like the only way to make it good is to make it so, because like it's very easy to farm a hero track item out of Mythic Plus, but it's impossible to get a Mythic track piece, right? Because you have to rely on the vault. So like if I want this trinket at Mythic track, I have no choice. Like there's not an option. You know what I mean? There's no way for me to get it. I just have to get very lucky. So I don't see why that isn't accounted for in the system. There should be some way to turn it into a Mythic track piece at some point. Like people have suggested instead of the vault, like the failure thing where you get currency for sockets, you can use that to upgrade it. Like that would be kind of fair. I think that may be a little overpowered, but maybe it takes a couple weeks of that to do it. Or just straight up like, you know, after you get like 5. I really like the idea of having loot be valuable no matter what. This has always been a huge thing for me. Like what I want to see is there be some disenchant or some way to turn kind of like scrapping was in BFA, where you can turn this item into something valuable. And as such, I'm always a huge fan of the idea of like multiple bad items equal one good item. So if you get maybe 3 to 5 Mythic Plus pieces that you don't need, you can scrap those 5 and then get an item that turns it in one item into a Mythic track piece. That's how I would probably do it if I had the option. Do you play Mythic Raid, or did you before? I did Mythic Raid a lot in the old days, but not anymore. Hey Dark Destroyer, what's up, buddy? Hi Metro, I put your stream on a virtual bar. What is that? Yeah, and then maybe limit that conversion system to once a week. Yeah, like 5 items a week get you something that you can use maybe once a week to get a Mythic Plus, a Mythic track item or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think there's got to be some, like, you have to do it at least. You can't just not do it like they're doing. They just assume everybody's going to raid. I guess that's the problem, is they want everybody to raid, so they're not doing it. They're not doing it because they haven't thought of it. They're not doing it because they are not doing it because they don't want people to do that only. In a VR chat, a game where I put your stream URL in. Oh. Well, I appreciate that. That's not normally the kind of person I would want to hang around the channel, but either way, I appreciate it. Your heart's in the right place. Maybe like 12 tokens to upgrade. Yeah, like whatever. Like, I don't know. Whatever you guys think is balanced, but like, there's got to be something. There's got to be something. You know what I mean? I wish Mythic Plus had a separate item level system or wasn't so affected by vaults. That's pretty much what we're talking about, yeah. How to get that to be like not vault only, being all the gear you're going to wear for the whole season. But, you know, I think the upgrading system and the profession system do a lot of work too. Like, they get us there. Thankfully, if it wasn't for the profession system, Mythic Plus would be really hard, because you would only have the one chance at a Mythic piece a week, whereas now you can get 2. Or I guess it would be, you'd be able to get 4 every 3 weeks, right? Is it 4 every 2 weeks? I guess is how you'd put it. 2, 3 every, I don't know. Anyway, you know what I mean. Mythic raiding this season is even more time consuming for most guilds. The third boss, Styx, has been a huge wall. Oh yeah. It's actually the third boss, huh? That's crazy. The last raid I did Mythic on was Sanctum of Domination, and the third boss we actually one-shot. I'd never seen that before. We've never one-shot a boss in Mythic before, not in my entire career of raiding. Styx is the 4th boss. Oh, okay. 4th boss was Painsmith, so there you go. That changes things. I mean, you can technically do it 2nd, but most people do it 4th. Oh, I see. So it's an optional boss. Alright, I guess we're stuck doing our key again. One more time. At least we don't need some ridiculous comp this time. You can technically read that. I killed Styx last week. I love that fight. It's fun. Oh, good. 5th is also hard. Oh, yeah. My guild has one shot on Mythic boss. On Mythic first boss. Yeah, first boss probably has happened. I was thinking more of like a not first boss, but... Calling it a wall now isn't right either. It's been nerfed to the ground. First hard boss is the 5th. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Take Evoker. Wait, did I not invite somebody? Take Evoker and a Paladin to this key, and that'd be perfect, I think. Okay. My guild one-shot a few heroic ICC bosses when they launched. Oh, yeah. That's a little different. Isn't that the same hunter that guy took over me? Yeah, I've seen this guy a lot now. Cedo. I was just about to sign up. Oh, damn. You should let me know. What is that group finder add-on? It's a weak ore called Dungeon, Rio, and Spec. Or class or something. It's in my UI video. The last raid I did Mythic on was Sanctum of Domination, and the 3rd boss we actually one-shot. I'd never seen that before. We've never one-shot a boss in Mythic before, not in my entire career of raiding. Styx is the 4th boss. Oh, okay. 4th boss was Painsmith, so there you go. That changes things. I mean, you can technically do it 2nd, but most people do it 4th. Oh, I see. So it's option. You think I'd be able to do Dragonflight raids yet solo or no? Like, if there's actual damage requirements, probably not, but I think I can probably live anything that's out there. There's probably damage requirements in the way that they're stacking tank debuffs, though. Yeah, I don't think so. First raid has a boss you can't beat solo because it heals continuously. Oh, really? Like it'll never be soloable? Someone in my guild was... Someone in my guild was getting vaulted the Incarnates achievement last night, but I don't know if he was solo. Oh yeah, maybe not, but I'd be interested in seeing it. Because I still never did that full raid. I did vault mostly though, so. First raid has a bot, I read that. Real question is, did you get MC'd in the first attempt when you did the Jailer? Oh, you get mind controlled? I don't even know how. I solo killed the first boss of a major Silas DPS on normal difficulty, but I didn't try Mythic. Gotcha. Razageth would have changed because the 2 platforms would have to be changed. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1.
They seem to be removing mechanics that make it so you can't solo after 2 expansions. Yeah, it seems like 2 expansions is the trick. Shaman's guild name is fitting. What is it? What are the odds of Metro adding the drones now? High. Lost on ready check. Oh, that's funny. Hunter damage is nuts? Yeah, that's crazy. I can see why Faxi got passed over. Just kidding. I always jump over the stockpile to not even have a chance to add them. What do you do though? Do you go around the... I don't... Like, is there another... Like, I don't know what's down there, but we need this pack here. Either pull it while jumping down or walk down the stairs. It just caused you to fall down there, right? But can I get that pack maybe if I turn my back and try to grip him down, probably? It's 50-50 for me. It's kind of embarrassing. Oh, really? You mean like accidentally aggroing the pack? Is that what you mean? I just get impatient. I don't think it's difficult to do or anything. I just get impatient.
Alright. Oh, I think that's a good stopping point for now. At least 4 more quests for us, 2 of which look like they're pretty sizable. One of which is going to be like a farm for Rag and Bone Man. Yeah.
Only one thing to do. Do theater with both CDO and Faxi and let them duel on the DPS charts in the arena. Oh, that's a cool idea. Holy shit, that's a cool idea. Alright guys, we're just doing the... That's a cool idea. CDO and Faxi and let them duel on the... Only one thing to do. Do theater with both CDO and Faxi and let them duel on the DPS. An AUG would be good. That's a quite cool idea. I got kicked from Floodgate group because I wouldn't pull 7 packs in the second pull. Oh yeah. Well, if you get kicked from a group in the middle of the dungeon when it's still in time, please make sure you have that recorded and send it in, because that would be a great Mythic Plus video for our series. Yeah, the loser has to delete their hunter, yeah. Or you have to like tame like a pink bird or some hazing technique. Hazing's probably like not. It's like frowned upon now, I bet, right? The world's changed.
Alright. I'm gonna go take a shower and yeah. Hopefully, if you're still around, Alloy, hopefully you're having a good time, bro. Good luck on the grind. Hopefully you like the Outlaw. I'll catch you.